Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku treated death like a minor inconvenience? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was 5 years old when he died for the first time. The first time, mind you, because it sure as hell wouldn't be the last. His mother was standing outside their apartment, talking to Mitsuki after Izuku's dentist appointment. He wasn't paying much attention. Katsuki wasn't with her today, and besides, he hadn't been very nice ever since he had gotten his quirk and Izuku hadn't. Instead of listening to his mother talk, he decided to play with the red bouncy ball he had gotten from the dental office. Izuku would throw it as hard as he could against the sidewalk and then fumble to catch it as it fell back down. He did this over and over and over again. This wouldn't have been interesting for most people, but considering Izuku was a child, it was just entertaining enough to keep his focus. He was trying to see if he could bounce it higher than the sapling in front of the building, although the nature of the cheap rubber it was made out of made this a difficult task. He wound up, getting ready to throw it, and with an internal Delaware smash, he chucked it down with all his might. The ball soared up, barely higher than the tree. Izuku grinned until he realized that the ball's trajectory had taken a wide arc, causing it to head directly towards the street. Izuku ran to the curb, eyes wide and determined to grab the ball back. It rolled across the street as he chased after it, and as his sneakers hit the asphalt, his only thought was that his mother would be so mad if he lost his new toy. She wouldn't be, of course. As a reasonable adult, she surely would have only been glad that he was wise enough to know not to run into a very busy street to retrieve an easily replaceable ball. However, Izuku, being 5, was neither wise nor rational, and as it happened, he was not nearly as replaceable as the ball. Still he ran. The ball was only a few feet away. Izuku could almost reach it. He crouched down, hand outstretched, and the truck was a hideous orange color. Normally this would have insulted Izuku, who was entirely convinced that orange, existing as it was as an awful contrast to green, his favorite color, should be banned as a color in everyday usage. He felt very strongly about this, and most likely would have said something had he noticed the truck. He did not notice the truck. At least not until it plowed into him at full speed. Even then, Izuku felt no pain, only a slight tingle across his whole body as he watched blood leak out of his limp figure. That probably shouldn't be happening, he thought. Then everything went black. And then, as if nothing happened, Izuku opened his eyes. It was a bit disorienting, to be honest. The last thing he remembered was a car and someone screaming. Had it been him? He couldn't remember. For the record, it was his mother. While screaming is usually annoying and socially shamed, someone could have been sleeping in the apartment complex, after all, and getting woken up by screams of terror is quite inconvenient. However, in this case I do believe it was excusable, considering she had just watched her son get run over by a garish orange pickup that turned him practically into paste coating the road. And then, before Izuku could react, his mother was clutching his face, sobbing, and there was the truck pulled to the side of the road, and Katsuki's mother, and his red ball in the gutter across the street, and he thought that he remembered feeling rather sticky, but he couldn't see any blood and, "You're alive?" So it was his quirk. After a lot of tears and a very strange conversation with the man who had been driving, Inko had driven him to see a specialist across the city. This was probably because the pediatrician they had seen a year prior was clearly incompetent, considering he'd very clearly informed Izuku that he was quirkus, which he clearly was not. "Could you perhaps elaborate a bit on how Izuku looked right after the incident?" asked the new, less incompetent doctor. Inko sat up straighter and sniffled a bit. "Well, he wasn't moving, and so we rushed over," and she sniffled again. "There was blood everywhere, but when I got closer I realized that it was, well, shimmery." "Shimmery?" Inko shrugged. "I don't know how else to explain it. As I watched, it started to turn kinda gold-colored. And then, it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes at the most, it started to almost flow back towards Izuku. It collected on him, coating him." She paused and took a breath. "And then it turned into this like gold dust? I want to say it looked almost like glitter." The doctor nodded, scribbling vigorously into his notebook. This was because the doctor was fascinated with quirks, and this one was the most interesting one he'd seen yet. Part of him wondered if he could write about this experience on his blog. And after a minute or two, the glitter exploded. And Izuku was fine, said Inko in disbelief. The doctor was still writing in his book, but he muttered, "Fascinating, absolutely fascinating." And with a loud clap, he finally closed the notebook. Well, that is most definitely the result of a late-formed quirk. And on top of that, I think this is perhaps the most interesting quirk I have ever heard of. Inko was a little taken aback at the doctor's outgoing response, but she sat up a bit straighter at the mention of a quirk. This is such a rare mutation though. It seems quite odd for him to develop something so unique and overpowered. He tapped his chin, trying to think of the proper diagnosis for the situation. Deus ex machina would be the only fitting term, but of course it didn't occur to him. But going by my knowledge of high-powered quirks, I'm nearly positive that there must be another aspect to it. The doctor turned to Izuku, lowering his head. "You said that it didn't hurt, huh?" His voice had taken on a lighter tone while speaking to the child. Izuku nodded his head vigorously, clucking a red bouncy ball to his chest. Turning to look up, the doctor continued talking to Inko. "That could be it. It's possible that he won't feel any pain for the rest of his life. However, that's not necessarily a good thing. It could mean that he'll have to be very careful with normal activities in order to not harm his body. We feel pain for a reason, and suppressing that can have unwanted consequences." Inko furrowed her eyebrows in response. "It should be pretty easy to test though," he said cheerfully, before turning to Izuku again. The doctor then leaned forward and gave him a small pinch on his arm. "Does that hurt at all?" Izuku shook his head. "Izuku? I'm going to pinch you again a little harder, but stop me if it starts to hurt, okay?" "Okay," said Izuku. The doctor took his arm once more and gave a hard pinch. Izuku didn't even flinch, even when the doctor sat back up and revealed his arm to be red and 2 crescent marks formed in the skin. Well, that just about proves it. Seems like his nerves have been altered because of his quirk. His brain will no longer register pain. However, feeling pain is crucial in daily life. It tells us to stop touching that hot pan, to don't walk on that hurt leg, and such. He'll have to be very careful to not harm himself, and once he does, he must be very careful to not injure himself even more. The doctor was energetically scribbling in his notebook as he spoke, but he stopped when he saw Inko, wringing her hands nervously, eyebrows furrowed. It probably won't be that bad. He seems to have a healing aspect to his quirk if this morning was any indication, so we'll just have to wait and see." "Did I have a quirk?" Izuku said tentatively after a moment of silence. "You do. And it's a very interesting one," the doctor told him softly. Izuku tilted his head thoughtfully, and after considering it for a moment, his eyes lit up and he jumped to his feet, screaming at the top of his 5-year-old lungs, which anyone who's worked with children can attest to being very, very loud. "I'm gonna be a hero." Inko looked like she was about to faint. The next day could be summed up in a list of broken things. 1 bathroom door, 1 blanket, 1 plate, and no less than 12 of Midoriya's bones. It had started when Izuku woke up. As he rolled over a bed, he yanked his blanket off and watched as it ripped straight down the middle until he was holding a strip of it in his hand. His half-asleep brain took several moments to register what had happened. "That's not good," thought Izuku. He stood up and padded down the hallway, calling to his mother. "In the bathroom, Izuku," came the muffled reply. He walked up to the bathroom door and knocked. "Can I come?" His voice cut off as he watched his fist connect with the door and then continue straight through until it finally stopped on the other side of the door, a large hole showing his mother as she dropped the mascara wand she had been holding in the sink. I ripped my blanket?" he said, holding the strip of blanket in his opposite hand. As it happens, punching completely through a door does typically result in a lot of fractured pieces of wood. Unlike his blanket, the wood had not been nearly so kind in its destruction, and Izuku had splinters all along his arm. Blood dripped from it onto the towel Inko had given him, and the entire thing felt weird. Izuku flexed his fingers experimentally and discovered that the weirdness intensified. Most likely the arm felt strange because it was broken in 6 different places in 4 different bones, but, what with a new quirk and all, Izuku hardly realized there was anything wrong with it. Except for the splinters. There were lots of splinters. Inko had immediately gotten on the phone with the specialist from the day before, and was setting up another emergency appointment as Izuku sat on the couch looking at his arm. This will be over shortly. Inko hung up and looked up at Izuku. Oh, sweetie, don't mess with it. Izuku had taken to absent-mindedly poking at one of the splinters, watching as the wound dripped a bit more. Put the towel back on, dear, said Inko with a sigh. Come on. Let's go get you ready. We're going to see the doctor again, Kay? I'm hungry, said Izuku with the whiny voice that children are so famous for. Inko looked at the clock and sighed again. Okay, but you have to hurry, all right? A few minutes she set a plate in front of Izuku, who was struggling to hold his chopsticks in his non-dominant hand. Tongue out in concentration, he brought the chopsticks down to the plate and watched in wonder as they drove straight through the ceramic and shattered the plate. The pair ended up stuck a centimeter deep in the wood of the table. Letting go of the chopsticks, which stayed firmly upright, Izuku noted his fingers seemed to be responding strangely, twisting in all sorts of odd directions. Inko, in a strange sense of calm, simply sat next to him and attempted to feed him herself. Unfortunately, as soon as Izuku closed his mouth, there was a large cracking sound. Inko inhaled sharply as she realized what the sound must be. On second thought, maybe we should just go to the doctor's now. The doctor tapped his chin with a pen. So from what you've told me and what I can see for myself, he said, gesturing to the boy in front of him who was, even after repeated chiding from his mother, poking at his obviously broken arm. I think it's safe to say his quirk completely and utterly shuts off his pain receptors. But what do we do? I can have him constantly breaking himself. There must be some healing aspect to his quirk, right? Pleaded Inko. In fact, Inko was quite positive that there had to be. This was why she took Izuku to the specialist first instead of going to a traditional doctor. That, and the fact that Izuku didn't seem to be in any pain. Oh, I'm sure there is. And I think I might have an idea of how it works. Inko let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. How do you expect we activate it? Simple. We just make his heart stop, said the doctor with a grin that didn't quite match his words. There were a few seconds of silence before Inko began to sputter. It took several more moments before she was able to calm herself into a semi-coherent state. Are you saying you want to kill my son? The doctor laughed. No, of course not. I would never do that. Inko breathed deeply in relief. Without proper precautions. Inko choked on her breath of relief. The doctor walked in a few minutes later with a woman at his shoulder. This is Nurse Arai. Her quirk is revival. She can resurrect anyone within 30 minutes of death, but if my theory is correct, we shouldn't even need her. Inko made a sound like a dying duck. Is this really necessary? The doctor tilted his head. It's important that we find the exact parameters of Izuku's quirk so that we can better know how to control it. This is the safest way to do that as far as I can figure. Inko wanted very much to tell the doctor to try again and to come back with a new theory that didn't involve murdering her son. Then again, she had seen Midoriya die once already within the last day. Inko winced. There's no other way? The doctor shrugged. If there is, I don't know it. I suppose if it's for his own well-being, started Inko. She did not get a chance to finish. Brilliant. I'll get started right away. The doctor then pulled out a 3-inch-long knife and a grin that really shouldn't be on the face of anyone with a weapon in hand talking about killing a child, or any medical professional at all for that matter. With that thought, Inko once again started to feel faint. That seems rather violent. You said his blood interacted strangely. I'd like to see it in person. And a gun would make far too much of a mess, of course. This is the best way, believe me. Inko hardly had a moment to consider the implications of the doctor using a gun instead before she watched in horror as the man slit her son's throat. The doctor told her she had regained consciousness shortly after Izuku. He also informed her that the blood had turned gold exactly as she had seen the day prior. That was as far as he got before Izuku ran up to her and flew into her arms, chatting excitedly. Mom, he cut me with the big knife, and it made my voice sound funny, and then it was dark, and then it wasn't, and look, Mom. He held his arm up and then pulled his lips apart to show how each wound had healed. The blood is gone, and it's not weird. And ma teeth or buter too. That's wonderful, sweetie. Inko exclaimed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Seems my hypothesis was right, said the doctor. You see, quirks often have two parts to them, the actual quirk and the safety against them. For example, the pro-hero Endeavor. His actual quirk allows him to produce fire, and the safety keeps him from burning himself. In the case of Izuku, his quirk is what I would like to dub adrenaline rush. In essence, his body is constantly producing a varied form of adrenaline which does two things. First, it keeps him from feeling any pain, and it also keeps him in a near-constant state of hysterical strength, making it hard for him to use anything less than 100% of his strength even if it causes him harm. The safety measure would of course be that incredible healing of his. It seems that the healing is only activated once his heart stops. After about 5 minutes he comes back completely healed and fine. Inko just blinked. I do apologize for the rambling. The doctor said. But this is really quite interesting. If you're okay with it, I'd love to have a few more appointments with Izuku to run some tests, free of charge. It would just be a pleasure to see such an interesting quirk in action. Inko nodded. Yeah, okay, sure. I'll write everything that I found down for you soon. And before you go, I don't think it would be bad to help his body meet the healing requirements when he gets injured again. It should work just fine, and it would keep him from being too uncomfortable. In a daze, Inko just continued to nod. Yeah, I can do that, she muttered, eyes wide. Just kill him. I mean, he'll come back, so it's not really, she trailed off before snapping back to attention. But we'll be on our way then. Of course, feel free to contact me if there are any changes. As they were leaving the room, Inko spotted the layer of gold glitter on the floor and thought about what the doctor had said. Help his body meet the healing requirements when he gets injured again. But when Inko sighed. She was finding that being a mother was a great deal more difficult than she had initially anticipated. You have a quirk? Katsuki looked dubiously at Izuku, who was jumping up and down from excitement. Yeah. I can be super strong like All Might, and it doesn't hurt if I'm hit or stuff. Inko and Mitsuki watched the exchange with amusement. Inko had invited her friend over immediately after the doctor appointment to discuss the recent development of Izuku's quirk, and they were now seated around the table with mugs of tea in front of them. Katsuki glared at Izuku before making his opinion known. No way. You're just a quirkless Deku. Izuku shook his head vigorously. I'm not, Kaken. I got a quirk now, and I can't get hurt. He stomped as he returned Katsuki's glare. Oh yeah. Katsuki drew back his arm. Does this hurt? The two adults realized what was going to happen only a moment before it did. That moment was still plenty of time for them to yell and move to intercept the children. Katsuki, you better not. Please don't, Katsuki. Sadly, there was not enough time to reach the two before Katsuki swung his fist at Izuku's face. Now, an interesting fact about developing quirks is that they are rather unpredictable. So, children in certain circumstances, say swinging a fist at their supposed immortal friend, may experience significant changes to their quirk, including but not limited to activating said quirk unintentionally, going past previously thought quirk limits, and an all-around increase of power behind one's quirk. It just so happened that Katsuki experienced all three of these changes at the same time, resulting in a punch that resonated through the room and set the couch on fire. And, as another effect, blew up Izuku's head. Upon seeing his now headless friend fall to the ground, Katsuki began to scream shrilly, slowly increasing in volume and pitch for far longer than probably reasonable until he passed out. This reaction is what we call trauma, and it is a common occurrence in children who blow up their friends' heads, an experience that is largely regarded as, well, traumatic. Inko and Mitsuki, for their part, stood in silence for a moment, looking at their two children, one of which was missing a good fourth of his body, before remembering that the couch was on fire and promptly attempting to put it out. In a very impressive show of stamina, Katsuki woke up screaming. He did stop, however, upon seeing Izuku sitting at the table with a popsicle in his hand with not a scratch on his body. although there was a layer of glitter falling off him for some reason. "Can I have one?" asked Katsuki rather timidly. Everyone involved in the incident promptly and without discussion agreed to forget about it. After that day, Inko decided to not tell people the specifics of Izuku's quirk. Instead, she coached him on how to tell people about his minor strength enhancement quirk and its self-healing aspect under certain requirements. Which was all completely true, while still leaving out the fact that the certain requirements was his literal death. Katsuki knew the full truth, of course. It would be hard to forget. But nevertheless, he agreed to keep Izuku's full quirk on the down low. As a result, he gradually stopped the snide remarks and the occasional punch he had given Izuku before his quirk had come in. Not that he didn't try, mind you, but simply put, bullying Izuku was just no fun. Katsuki would push Izuku to the ground with a very clever insult, only to have Izuku respond by giving him a look. Katsuki hated his looks. If anything, it just made him want to beat the kid up more. Not that continued abuse would be even slightly effective, because then Izuku would give him a talking to, and Katsuki hated those more than anything. "Kaken, we don't hit our friends. You're not my friend, D-. We don't call our friend either. Shut up. Don't tell me what to do. I'm just worried about you, Kaken." These conversations usually ended with Katsuki gurgling incoherently in pure anger, and after a while, he accepted that as much as the boy needed it, he could not simply give Izuku a good beating now and again. Which meant that he might as well get on with his life. That did not, however, stop Izuku from following him around like a lost puppy, which annoyed Katsuki greatly. The appearance of his quirk, Izuku found a lost shred of self-confidence, and determined that he was, in fact, kinda awesome. Part of this may have been because he was, as far as the professionals could determine, effectively immortal, which considering his dream to become a hero was pretty dang great. Because who had ever heard of a hero who couldn't die? He was going to be the best. Truthfully, most of this confidence could be attributed to the modified adrenaline his body was constantly pumping into him. The adrenaline also had the added effect of making him ridiculously energetic all the time, even more so than the average child. This vigor was very difficult to curb, and his teachers and peers often found themselves racing to keep up. Katsuki was the exception, and was the only one of Izuku's friends who didn't collapse under the constant motion of the two. Izuku also picked up a few anxious habits, or dare I say quirks, finger guns, because of the nature of his power. These were mainly small things, like muttering constantly and tapping his feet at a near insane pace, but he also took up a few hobbies that satiated his need to do something. His favorite of these was parkour, which he quite regularly roped Katsuki into as well, usually with a declaration of his superiority, which was clearly not something Katsuki could ignore. He also began taking lessons at a nearby dojo. This part was on Katsuki's insistence as, and I quote, "If your quirk is going to break everything, might as well learn how to aim so you break the villain." Izuku had nearly cried at the offer to accompany him. In truth, the lessons had done wonders for his quirk control as he learned how much power to put behind each punch and kick, something he had previously been atrocious at. He stopped breaking things as often as he learned how to regulate the force behind his movements. This does not mean that he didn't break anything ever. Far from it. Only that he was better at not shattering everything he touched. Even with these newly implemented methods of navigating and improving his quirk, Izuku still broke his bones nearly every day. Unless they were major injuries, he would typically ignore them until he could get home and, as his mother was fond of saying, reset. He found that while the broken bones didn't hurt, necessarily, the sensation of his limb not functioning properly and instead flopping unsettlingly wasn't exactly a pleasant one. The feeling did not compare, however, to the inevitable disgust he felt upon inevitably killing himself. It wasn't that he minded, he always felt better afterwards, almost rejuvenated in a way, but at the same time it's a very hard thing to get used to. And yet, as the years went on, he got used to the strangeness of his life and accepted his weird quirk. After all, a weird quirk was certainly better than no quirk. Katsuki got even angrier, something most people would not have realized was even possible as they got older, and began to take his frustrations out on some of the other extras, but every time he did, Izuku would intervene. This had the effect of it becoming common knowledge that Katsuki was a demonic gremlin and Izuku, despite being an enigma himself, was the only being that was able to keep him in check. Which, to be fair, was accurate enough. After a few years of being subjected to Izuku's near-constant preachings of peace, Katsuki did mellow out. Slightly. By slightly, I mean that he no longer picked fights with every person that crossed his path. Now he only picked fights with every person that crossed his path that deserved it. I will be the first to admit, however, that his definition of deserving was rather convoluted. But it kept Izuku off his back for the most part, and that was what mattered. As for Inko, let it be known that her job was not an easy one. Not by a long shot. I am of course referring to the fact that her only son required constant care. And the nature of his quirk made it so the aforementioned care was his literal death, occasionally at the hands of Inko herself. However, as he aged, this was only in the situations where it was absolutely necessary, say when Izuku had broken not one, but both arms during the day, and was therefore unable to reset by himself. This situation did not traumatize Inko as much as she expected it would. Oh sure, the first few times had been hell, and she had cried herself to sleep more times than she could count in the beginning, but around the 150th time he reset it started to seem, dare I say, mundane. It was this mindset that allowed her to tolerate the layer of glitter that coated every inch of her house, and the butcher knife kept in its place in the bathroom cabinet. A clarification upon both of these oddities. It is no exaggeration to say the glitter was everywhere. In the sink, under the covers, in every single crevice of the home. No matter how many times she washed it, their washing machine always had a handful of glitter in the lint catcher, and more often than not the vacuum cleaner was half filled with crumbs and dust and half filled with, of course, glitter. As for the butcher knife, it wasn't their only knife kept for the sole purpose of resetting Izuku. It was just that over the years they had realized that the mess was contained much better if the deed was done in the shower with the curtain drawn. It had become routine for Izuku to get home, go to the bathroom, and for Inko to hear the shower turn on several minutes later as he washed the glitter down the drain. Part of her did worry that this level of desensitization was bad, but another, much louder part, told her to ignore the first part. As such she told herself that it was fine because, 1, it didn't hurt him, quite the opposite in fact, as he confided that the sensation of broken bones, while it didn't hurt, was a very annoying one. And second, he always came back. These reasons were enough for her to not worry herself. Much with the circumstances life had given her. She did, however, still concern herself with every other aspect of Izuku's life, as most mothers tend to do. Izuku, for his part, as much as he might have complained in the moment, greatly appreciated her overprotective nature. So life passed like this, until before anyone knew it, Izuku and Katsuki were entering middle school with their eyes set on being heroes. 3 years before the entrance exam. First year of middle school. Izuku typed out a keyboard smash as he texted Katsuki. He paused, ensuring that it had just the right number of vowels to convey the urgency of the situation. Ashfjsgen. He nodded at himself in approval before sending the link, knowing that he would intrigue Katsuki just enough to have him click on it without context. As expected, the reply came back immediately. Stop sending me your nerd sheet. Izuku pursed his lips. Stupid. Didn't Katsuki understand the life-altering news he just shared? It's the All Might Bronze Age figurine, the first edition. There hasn't been one for sale for like 10 years or something. Katsuki's response took a little longer. Most likely he was intentionally ignoring Izuku. So what? Izuku's thumb slipped across the screen in his anger, and he had to backtrack several times before he could type out a coherent message. So what? I want to buy it, that's what. You should come with me. We can combine our money for the bet and then share it. You want to co-parent an action figure with me? Please? Izuku groaned. He had been hoping it wouldn't come to this. I'll buy you coffee. Yeah, okay. Time. Bidding opens at 8. Meet you at the usual spot at 7 or so. The two boys met at a quaint little cafe not far from the merch store. It was a hidden gem they had found a year prior, small, but with what Katsuki described as good FING coffee, which coming from Katsuki was equivalent to a 5-star rating and recommendation. While I cannot attest to the goodness of the coffee, Having never tried it myself, I will say that the cafe was very aesthetically pleasing. The owner had taken great pains to care for the dozen or so potted plants that decorated every corner with enough light to sustain life, and it was generally kept tidy and homely. And because the cafe wasn't well known, it was typically very quiet and provided a peaceful atmosphere well suited for homework or cozy outings with a significant other. As such, at 7:25 on that Saturday morning, the cafe was very tranquil. Its total of 5 occupants, if one was to include the barista and Izuku, who had arrived early, were going about their business in the sleepy-like manner all Saturday mornings constituted. That tranquility, however, shattered the moment Katsuki walked in. He stomped over in his usual "I'm better than you extras" manner and dropped heavily in the chair across from Izuku. Izuku, for his part, didn't even flinch as he finished the note he was scribbling in a notebook of his, and slurped loudly at his Italian soda. "Hey, Kaken. You still stalking heroes?" said Katsuki without preamble. "No, I'm just analyzing them." "Not stalking," Izuku replied sarcastically. "You can dress it up in your fancy words all you want, but I know the truth." He paused as Izuku finished up and capped his pen. "They're weird as hell, you know. You won't be saying that when I become #1 hero and you don't." "Whatever you say, smartass," said Katsuki with an eye roll. Izuku just chuckled at that. "What's so funny?" sneered Katsuki. "Nothing. Just laughing at the humor of the boy whose sweat smells like caramel calling me weird. At least I don't constantly smell like BO like you, adrenaline junkie. No, you just blow up when you're hot. Perfectly normal. Well, I don't cough glitter every time I use my quirk like some kinda gay asthmatic," says the mortal. "Your point?" "My point is that analysis will be a good skill to have once I'm a hero." At that, Izuku stood and made his way to the counter, continuing his conversation as Katsuki trailed behind him. "Even if my quirk keeps me safe, it's still not great in a fight. I need to identify a villain's weakness to win." Katsuki snorted. "Not great in a fight. That's an understatement." "Oh, shut up. I'm getting better at controlling it." "Oh, you are? I wasn't aware." Katsuki then turned to the barista, "Large iced coffee, 2 shots caramel." "Please," Izuku added. The barista, a bored teenager who looked slightly out of place in all the comfy decor, simply rolled her eyes and turned to make the drink. "Care to tell me exactly how many bones you broke yesterday?" Katsuki continued as Izuku counted out money for the drink. Izuku blushed. "That doesn't count. Yesterday was an outlier and you know it." "Was it 3? Maybe 4? "Oh, wait," he said, voice dripping in sarcasm. "It was 27. The two sat back down at the table after grabbing Katsuki's coffee, continuing their conversation with a vigor that drew the attention of the rest of the cafe. The rest of the cafe amounted to not much, mind you. There were only 3 other patrons, a man in his late 40s and a young couple that looked to be early 20s. That meant that aside from Katsuki and Izuku, it was relatively quiet. Not that they seemed to care. It was an accident. Besides, 27 is just an estimate. It could be less. "Zu, I saw you trip over your own feet, shatter both arms trying to catch yourself, and then proceed to fall down 3 flights of stairs." He threw up his arms. "I don't know how to do that on purpose, for crying out loud. How the hell did you manage to do it by accident?" "I'm talented like that. Your only talent is ruining my clothes with all your blood." "Well, excuse me. I never asked for you to carry me home. You had bones showing. What was I supposed to do?" Izuku scoffed. "My legs were fine. They were fractured in at least 6 different places. But they weren't broken." Izuku paused. "But think." At that moment, a man dressed in a black shirt, a black beanie, and a black coat that he stuffed his hands in, walked in and then up to the counter. Now you may think that the monochromatic fashion choice was due to an interest in an aesthetic that borderline gothic, but that would be incorrect. He was dressed less like Robert Smith and more like a robber. Which he was. Hell, the bulge in his pocket was so clearly a knife that you would have to have led a completely knife-free life to not recognize it. And since knife-free life did not describe either of the boys in the slightest, what with Izuku's condition, you would think they would notice. But alas, they were far too invested in their own conversation to pay him any heed. That or they just didn't care, which I cannot rule out. Your arms were dust from trying to catch yourself. Under his breath, Katsuki whispered, getting better my butt. Izuku caught the mutter. It's reflex okay? It's really difficult to control this quirk all the time. It's like tiptoeing constantly. You can do it, but it's easy to forget if you're focused on something else. It was during his explanation that the sketchy man drew a knife and shook it at the barista. Money in the bag. Now. The three customers stared in shock, first at the robber, and then at the two boys, who continued talking and tuned out the situation behind them. Once we get into UA, I'll be able to learn how to direct the force better. Right now all the energy is coming from breaking my bones and tendons and going everywhere. I need to learn how to... I get it, interrupted Katsuki, holding his hands over his ears. The barista looked at them and rolled her eyes once more. She was surprisingly unfazed as she slowly shoveled money into the bag. I can only conclude that this calmness came from a frightening mixture of teenage angst and the laissez-faire attitude that one acquires after working in customer service for minimum wage, although I have no real proof for this. I swear we've had this conversation a dozen times, continued Katsuki, and yet you fail to grasp the severity of my situation. The robber stared at them. Will you two shut up? He hissed. Katsuki sipped his coffee, ignoring the man. There's honestly not enough caffeine in the world for me to deal with you today. Only a wimp would need caffeine to wake up. Not all of us are spastic junkies like you with some magical adrenaline that keeps them constantly alert. Well, Izuku was cut off as the robber, who having had quite enough of these two idiots, decided to take matters into his own hands and grabbed the back of Izuku's collar. He yanked him out of his seat and pressed the knife to his neck. I said shut up. It was like a flip had switched. The two went from being absolutely careless to actually having a slight care. That care having come about only once there was a literal knife to Izuku's throat. Izuku screamed and reached his arm out. Straining, Kaken. Katsuki's eyes blew wide. Sheet. He dove wildly across the table, his fingertips almost there but just slightly too short. But at the last second his hand wrapped around the Italian soda that was teetering from the activity and threatened to spill across Izuku's notebook. The two boys let out identical sighs of relief. As odd as this reaction was, you must understand that they were both aware of how Izuku was in no real danger. The notes, however? Those couldn't come back to life. This would be obvious to those who knew the two and were aware of Izuku's blatant disregard for his life. However, the robber did not know the two and as such just watched the situation in complete and utter confusion. Which, considering the circumstances, was a reasonable reaction. Gosh darn it, you almost spilled my soda, chided Izuku. I have a knife to your throat. Yeah, I'm well aware. The robber just sputtered bewilderedly. It took him several moments to regain his composure. Kid, he said to Katsuki. Hands in the air or your friend gets it. Katsuki leaned back in his chair and sneered at the robber. Oh yes please. And the beach. Kaken. Izuku gasped exaggeratedly in mock hurt. You wound me. That's what you get for ruining my sweatshirt. I said I was sorry. I don't think you understand. The robber pressed the knife into Izuku's neck, cutting him off from his argument. I will kill him, he growled. He'd deserve it. The robber, an unsatisfied grocer employee when he wasn't robbing cafes, was in a state of delirious bewilderment. This was quite possibly the weirdest situation he'd ever been in, even beating the Lizard Cheerios incident of last month, but we don't speak of that. What's wrong with you? Is he even your friend? You know, sometimes I wonder, said Katsuki, looking at his nails in mock distractedness. The robber gurgled incoherently. You're clearly incompetent, said Katsuki, finally seeming to take an interest. So how about you let that nerd go and turn yourself in before I blow your face off, Kaken, you better not. Izuku spoke even against the knife, causing it to graze his neck and drip blood onto the hand of his captor. His captor, for all his many faults, was also quite squeamish at the sight of blood. This was rather unfortunate considering he was attempting, I say attempting as it's clear he was very bad at it, to rob a small cafe with a knife. I am of the opinion that he should have tried some non-blood crimes if he had wanted money. My go-to suggestion would be embezzlement. Difficult to get away with, yes, but surprisingly blood-free for those villains who may be squeamish. Regardless of what he should have done, the fact was that our hemophobic criminal was now painfully aware that there was blood in between his fingers. There was a high-pitched squeal as the robber let go of Izuku and simply stared at the blood. He swooned, he shook, and he fainted. That was rather anticlimactic, said Izuku as he coughed and rubbed at his bloody neck. Lend me your scarf, would you? Katsuki obliged and Izuku wrapped the material around his wound. There goes more of my wardrobe to your blood, grumbled Katsuki. We should probably call the cops, huh? Said Izuku, dodging the statement. The barista, who up until that moment had been quiet, spoke. Called them ages ago. She popped her gum. Well, that works I guess, said Izuku before he jerked back to face Katsuki. Crap. What time is it? He then proceeded to pull out his phone and find out for himself. No. We're late. Tragic, said Katsuki. Come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. He bounced in place as Katsuki gathered up his coat. Fine. But you owe me. I bought you coffee. Yeah, and it nearly got you killed. What's new? And thus the two left, arguing all the way, leaving behind 3 confused customers, an unconscious body, and an exasperated barista attempting to explain the robbery to a pair of cops. 2 years before the entrance exam. Izuku's front door slammed open with a vigor that seemed to shake the entire apartment complex. Izuku, who had been in the process of putting on his sneakers, watched as Katsuki rushed in and proceeded to shut and lock the door behind him. The two boys stared at each other. What did you do? Asked Izuku, exasperated. Nothing, said Katsuki, in a voice that couldn't sound more guilty if he tried. Izuku crossed his arms. Aha. I may have. Katsuki hesitated. I set off a kid. At that moment, there was the sound of something ramming against the door. The something seemed to carry a lot of weight. This is not to say that the something, whoever or whatever it may be, was fat per se, only that it was certainly carrying a decent amount of weight. That doesn't sound like a kid. Well, I set off the kid, and then the kid told his dad. There was a muffled scream from outside. I know you're in there. Come out and fight, you brat. The voice was deep and gruff, and had there still been any doubts about the something being a child, nearly all of them were quelled by the baritone growl. What did you do? Asked Izuku, horrified. Doesn't matter, said Katsuki with a wave of his hand. He deserved it. Sure, said Izuku with an eye roll as he bent down to finish tying his shoes. Why did you come here though? Your house was closer. He stood. Fair enough. You're welcome to hide out here if you want. I'm going to go for a jog. I wouldn't go out there if I was you, said Katsuki frantically as he grabbed the back of Izuku's shirt. Kak and I didn't beat up this man's kid. I'll be fine. He turned the knob. The door opened to reveal an 8'5" tall slab of muscle blocking his way. Now I realize that some of you may struggle to imagine what this height entails, and as such, many not grasp the absolute terror such a man emits. For this reason, I will liken him to an 8-foot-tall tree, something I am sure many of you have experienced at some point in your life. As for how terrifying he was, please for a moment imagine you have a deathly fear of trees. The fear the two boys felt upon seeing the man was the same as the fear one might feel in the presence of a horrifying 8-foot-tall tree. Also like a tree, the man was green. Most likely a result of his quirk, he had rough green skin, small horns protruding from his bald head, and an overwhelming stench of garlic. At the risk of sounding quirkist, I would describe him as an ogre, a jacked Shrek if you will. You can see how this would be rather unsettling, I'm sure. Especially when you take into account that from the man's expression it was clear he was unable to differentiate between the brat who beat up his son and Izuku. The door closed. Izuku turned on his heels. Upon further consideration, I have decided to cancel my jog. There was another loud bang on the door. Are you ready to die, you little sheet? I'd rather not. Thanks. Katsuki shouted back. This garnered a ferocious growl from the man who did not seem to be a fan of Katsuki's cheek. Izuku, upon hearing the growls, turned to Katsuki. Good golly, what did you do to tick off the Hulk? Technically the Hulk's son, he clarified. Izuku waved his arms in the air. Regardless, there is a giant outside my door, which is inconvenient. Yeah, that's why I'm staying here. Going out would most likely result in pain, which is something I try to avoid. Izuku scoffed. Wimp. I regularly break my bones and you don't hear me complaining. At this, Katsuki's face lit up. Izuku's eyes widened. What's that face for? What face? This is a normal face. Izuku took a step back. Nope. I know that face. That's your scheming face. I don't have a scheming face. You do, and that's it. Katsuki rolled his eyes. I just had an idea, that's all. Do I even want to know? Well, said Katsuki with a shrug. I can feel pain. But you can't. He grinned. Kaken. Izuku was cut off as Katsuki sprung forward, and after a moment of the two wrestling, Izuku found himself shoved unceremoniously out the door. Even after hearing the distinct sound of the lock sliding into place, he struggled with the door handle for a moment. Kaken, you JRK. I am not going to play sacrifice to your mistakes. Thanks, Zu. I owe you. Katsuki's muffled voice called from inside. There was a low growl behind Izuku. Slowly the boy turned around to face the monster of a man in front of him. Gee, good morning, sir. I don't suppose we can talk this out. The growling got louder. Izuku sighed. Yeah, I didn't think so. Katsuki stood near the door, patiently waiting. There was the sound of a scuffle outside, yet he stayed, hands clasped together until the noise died down. After a moment of silence, there was the sound of Izuku banging on the door. Let me in, Kaken. Is he gone? He will be as soon as he wakes up. Katsuki unlocked the door and watched as Izuku pushed past him, cradling a broken arm. Nice job. Now I have to go fix this. He waved the limp arm in front of Katsuki's face. Instead of going on my jog. Katsuki, however, was looking at the unconscious body outside the door. Holy Shizu. You didn't have to kill him. Izuku rolled his eyes. Oh, he'll be fine. I, on the other hand, am very much not, he growled. I mean, it worked, didn't it? Izuku scoffed. You owe me big time. He looked at his phone. My mom's going to be home soon, but thanks to you, I will be unconscious. So I think it's only fair that you explain this mess to her. It was only a few minutes later when Inko walked in, arms laden with groceries. Hey, Auntie. Inko jumped, nearly dropping her bags. Oh, Katsuki. I didn't see you there. She sat the groceries on the table. How are you doing this morning? He shrugged. Inko looked around. And where's Izuku? Katsuki tilted his head towards the stairs. Resetting. Ah. She pursed her lips. Does this perhaps have anything to do with the unconscious man outside? Ah shit, he's still there? Did you get in another fight? Asked Inko, the slightest bit of maternal disappointment in her voice. Katsuki paused as he looked at his friend's mother. There was no use lying to her and he knew it. Through the years the two boys found that while they could hide things from Inko to some extent, it was nearly impossible to get away with outright lying to her. It was this knowledge that caused Katsuki to bow his head in shame. Yeah. Are you okay? She asked, concern being her natural first reaction. Katsuki merely waved a hand and nodded. Izuku took care of it. And I assume that is why he's upstairs resetting right now? Katsuki winced. Yeah, he admitted. She sighed. Just what am I going to do with you two? You could feed us, called Izuku as we ran down the stairs, fully healed. I'm starving. Izuku Midoriya. Inko crossed her arms. Did you get into another fight? Izuku froze. It was his fault. He pointed at Katsuki, who looked incredibly offended at the totally accurate acquisition. Izuku, you can't just get into fights with grown men. I'd say he can by the looks of it, muttered Katsuki. At the same time, Izuku complained, that's not fair. It's not like I was trying to get into a fight. Look here, She turned to Katsuki, who had lost interest and was now absent-mindedly looking at his phone. Both of you. Once she had their attention, she continued. You boys have got to tune down this reckless behavior. I can't keep coming home to finding unconscious bodies on my doorstep. You do realize that's only happened twice? Asked Katsuki. Which is 2 times more than most people. And Izuku. She turned to her son. You may be immortal, but that does not mean you need to be suicidal. He winced at the berating. Sorry, Mom. Her voice softened. Just please do be careful. All this action is scaring your poor mother. What's the big deal? Asked Katsuki. He can't actually die. He might not be able to die, but you sure can, mister. Next time I hear word of you fighting, I'm calling your mother. You can't threaten me. The old hag will just yell at me for a bit. He shrugged. No biggie. Inko tilted her head and grinned wickedly. Is that so? Then I don't suppose you'd mind if I told your father? Katsuki's eyes widened. You wouldn't. If I find another body on my doorstep, I won't hesitate. Katsuki shuddered. Fine. Whatever, I guess. The truth was, Katsuki could easily weather any amount of screaming and nagging without a problem, yet as soon as anyone whose opinion he valued, which was a difficult thing to achieve in itself, expressed a slight disappointment in him, he fell apart. This ended up being his father's primary means of parenting due to how effective it was. Katsuki knew that if his father were to become aware of his less than heroic behavior that day, he would be subjected to the following: a week's worth of worried expressions, a slight head shake, and perhaps even a hand on his shoulder as his father uttered a soft, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed that you've done this. Knowing this, Katsuki decided it was in his best interest to keep the situation between Auntie Inko, Izuku, and himself. This is of course only reasonable if one does not know that Katsuki's father was well acquainted with his behavior. In fact, his father knew all too much about Katsuki's tendency to make his opinion known through his fists during arguments. Among other things, Masaru had decided long ago that his son was far too much like his mother to be much influenced by anything he could ever do. This resulted in him only pulling out the disappointed eyes for matters that truly necessitated such punishment. I myself am not totally sure if sacrificing his immortal best friend to an evil Shrek would qualify, and it seems I will never know, as Katsuki seemed quite content to meet Inko's demands of not knocking out men in front of her door again, and as such, the event was kept from Masaru. Now, if you two would help me out, I'm making soba for supper. The 2 boys followed Inko into the kitchen, and the unconscious man was forgotten as more pressing matters arose. Specifically the grumbling of the 2 growing boys' growling stomachs. The year of the entrance exam, sludge villain arc. Katsuki heard a small tapping at his window. He then turned his attention to the clock, which read 1:47 a.m. Upon reading the time, he realized a few things. First, he had been asleep. Second, he was no longer asleep. And probably most importantly, some idiot had somehow managed to wake him up in the middle of the night by tapping on his 5th-story window. He angrily, as per usual, threw off his blankets and stomped to his window, where he could see the unmistakable green hair of Izuku clinging to the fire escape. He opened the window and resisted, barely, the urge to cuss out the boy for waking him up so early. Instead, he settled for hissing across the distance, "What the hell are you doing?" Izuku simply put a finger to his lips and tapped his phone. Katsuki closed the window and slunk back inside, grabbing his phone from his nightstand and opening the notification. "Care to join me for some midnight parkour?" Katsuki typed on his own phone, glaring back at Izuku through the window the entire time. "Auntie's gonna kill you." The response came quickly, with a cheeky wink from Izuku. "What she doesn't know won't hurt her. So how about it?" Katsuki sighed. "It's the ass crack of dawn, you be asserty. Aw, does Kakin need his beauty sleep?" Katsuki responded with a string of middle finger emojis, which, in case you weren't aware, is the pictogram version of F you. Why he sent pictures rather than actually typing it out is beyond me. However, Izuku seemed to get the message, as he sent a picture of a face sticking its tongue out in response. Now, while this is not the, shall I say, the conventional response to being confronted with such vulgar terminology, it was actually pretty typical for Izuku. He also compounded it by actually sticking his real tongue out at Katsuki from behind the glass, but Katsuki was typing too furiously to notice. Just this once. As Katsuki turned to dress in a more suitable outfit, he smiled to himself. He made sure to change the expression to his iconic glare before he opened his window and hopped out, giving Izuku a well-deserved smack on the back of his head. The next day, Izuku was acting more energetic than typical as they walked to school. He skipped around Katsuki, jumped up and down, and generally acted like a complete oddity for the Wednesday morning. Katsuki yawned and sipped his coffee. "Gosh, Kaken, you look like crap." Katsuki glared at him and pointed an accusatory finger. "Whose fault is that?" "Ah, you totally enjoyed parkouring. I'd have enjoyed it more if it wasn't on a school night. Next time we'll do it on the weekend." "There won't be a next time, junkie." "Whatever you say, Kaken," Izuku teased, before running out of the way of the expected fist. He did a cartwheel while he waited for Katsuki to catch back up. Katsuki just rolled his eyes. "Show off." "Me? Never." "What's got you so worked up anyway?" Don't play dumb. You've been like 5 times more spastic this last week." "Well, you know me, adrenaline rush and all that." Katsuki sighed exasperatedly. "Spill it." Izuku absent-mindedly scratched the back of his head. "It's just all the talk about careers and the future at school got me thinking." Katsuki spun and grasped Izuku's collar. "You ain't backing out, are you? You have to become a hero so I can beat you once and for all." "Chill. I'm still gonna be a hero." Izuku held up his hands in surrender. "Oh." Katsuki dropped his friend. "So then, what's the problem?" "Well, I'm going to have to pass the UA entrance exam to get in, and as useful as this quirk is, that's gonna be tricky. So I guess I'm just worried about not being strong enough. Hence the midnight parkour." "Yup." Katsuki scoffed. "They'd have to be idiots to not let you in. You're gonna be a hero one way or another, just depends on whether or not we have to threaten them or not." "Kaken, we can't threaten them." "Why not? You got all those stalker notes, I'm sure there's some stellar blackmail material in there." "That's not the point." Katsuki squinted. "Why even have stalker notes if you aren't gonna blackmail people? We've been through this before." I know, said Katsuki. "Guess you'll just have to get stronger, huh?" "Yeah." Izuku sighed. "I wish there was a way I could, like, spontaneously develop a strength quirk before the exam." Katsuki laughed. "While we're dreaming, I want All Might to autograph my shirt. Like he'll ever touch that sweaty rag of yours. I'd have better clothes if you didn't get blood all over them. Wouldn't fix that sweating problem of yours. It's my quirk, Yubisuri." Katsuki growled, before beginning to chase Izuku. They ran like this all the way to the school, Katsuki shouting cusses while Izuku laughed at him. "Let's go, loser. What's taking you so long?" complained Katsuki as Izuku packed up his books at the end of class. "Go on without me, Mr. Shibata wants to talk to me." Katsuki looked up at their teacher who was talking to a different student at the front of the class. Upon confirming he was out of earshot, he turned to whisper to Izuku. "The hell does that quirkist beat want with you?" He hissed. Though I am not typically a fan of Katsuki's colorful language, I will agree that quirkist BSRD is an apt description for Shibata. He was a 35-year-old single man who had been teaching for the last 10 years of his life. All 10 had reflected poorly on his character. However, an uncle of his with power in the school board ensured his position. As for his permanent single status, it was entirely his own fault. The man seemed to value powerful quirks over any personality, which was unfortunate considering his own quirk allowed him to change the texture of his skin, which, by all definitions, is a lame quirk. This quirkist judgment transferred over to his class and caused him to be extremely lenient to those with hero quirks, and far less gracious to those without. From this, Izuku had pointed out several times in the past that Katsuki was seemingly immune to detention because of their teacher's poor morals. A fact that Katsuki had been happy to take advantage of by regularly getting into fights, something that Izuku had repeatedly chided him for. "I don't know what he wants. I swear if he gives you shit about wanting to be a hero, It's fine, Kaken. I'll see you later." Katsuki ignored the invitation to leave. Izuku was clearly anxious about the situation, knowing full well the meeting would be about his application to UA. Hey, wanna meet at my house after? We can watch that All Might movie you like so much. Katsuki wasn't the best at cheering people up, he didn't do cheerful, so he typically banked on the knowledge that Izuku had an unnatural love for All Might. This line of thinking had worked well over the years, and Katsuki was confident it would continue to do so for the years to come. Izuku smiled slightly. Sure. I'll walk down after I'm done here. You sure you don't want me to wait for you? I'll be fine, he repeated. With that, Katsuki turned and left, and Izuku found himself alone in the room with Mr. Shibata. He took a deep breath. See, Midoriya, I called you here to discuss your future. You have here written that you want to be a hero and train at UA. The teacher held up a sheet the students had filled out a few days prior. Yup. Izuku's foot tapped anxiously. Mr. Shibata sighed. I think it's time you start thinking less about what you want to do and more about what you can do. It's simply not practical for you to become a hero. Why not? Interrupted Izuku, finding himself growing upset. What? Sorry. Why can't I? I'm fit enough, I have the grades, and I know I have the drive, so why can't I become a hero? Midoriya, please. He sounded exasperated. Don't make this harder than it is. Your quirk is just not fit to be a hero. I read your file. You would get one hit in before you break yourself and become completely useless. It's just not feasible. Well, then I'll have to make that one hit count. Mr. Shibata glared at him. Midoriya, please be reasonable. Izuku stood up. If that is all, I'll be leaving now. Midoriya, I am trying to help you here. Well, I don't need your help to become a hero, thanks. I'm doing fine on my own. You're weak. Your quirk is useless, you won't last a week. This is a perfect example of what not to say to a student when discussing their dream career. Future teachers take notes. However, Mr. Shibata is a complete and utter idiot, with no regard for human emotions aside from his own, and deserves to be crushed in a trash compactor, or meet some equally terrible fate, such as being repeatedly awakened at 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturday by your demon spawn of a neighbor deciding to mow his lawn. But I digress. Izuku, the poor boy, ran out of the room, bag clutched in his arms before the man could see the tears gathering in his eyes. It was only after he got a few blocks away from the school that it dawned on him. He'd just gotten into an argument with his teacher. And said teacher had told him he was useless and couldn't become a hero. That thought made Izuku feel slightly better about yelling at him. He was walking through an underpass when he heard a sound behind him. His reasoning for taking the route had been that it would be the fastest way to get to Katsuki's house. However, he would have most likely avoided it if he had known that taking it would result in him getting suffocated by mud. The experience was an unpleasant one. Specifically, Izuku was not thrilled at the taste of the slime slipping through his teeth, said Izuku. This was likely not what he was attempting to say, however I do not know what he was actually trying to say, but I can infer it was something along the lines of, W. Please stop forcing yourself into my mouth. Or perhaps, knowing him, just as sarcastic, this day could not get better. Just when Izuku's vision started to go black, a huge punch came out of nowhere and blew the villain apart. The punch was not an ordinary punch, mind you. You might even say it was extraordinary. This was because All Might had been the puncher and he was widely regarded as a very good puncher. I am inclined to agree with this, as the punch managed to blow the villain apart and still left Izuku completely unscathed. Although honestly, I doubt he'd mind if he was punched by All Might. Being the fanboy he is, I am of the opinion he would treasure the moment as much as any autograph. Izuku, forgetting that there was goo in both his mouth and lungs, attempted to acknowledge the hero who had just saved him. This did not go as planned and he ended up just hacking for several minutes. All Might quickly gathered the villain into 2 large bottles and then proceeded to stand by watching as Izuku tried his hardest to upchuck a lung. Once he managed to get himself under control, he stood shakily and uttered a breathless, All Might. Hello, young boy. I apologize for the disturbance. Are you all right? Yup, squeaked Izuku. Totally peachy. All Might, mistaking his fanboy panic for just panic of the "I just nearly died" variety, bent down to examine him. "Are you positive?" Izuku nodded far too emphatically. "Well, if you're sure. I hate to leave so soon, but I'm afraid I'm on a rather tight schedule." He bent his knees and prepared to take off. "Wait, I wanted to ask you something ing." The end of Izuku's very rushed sentence was lost to the wind as he took to the air by hanging onto All Might's leg. All Might seemed slightly disturbed at the fact that this seemingly suicidal boy was now clinging to his leg hundreds of feet in the air. He logically landed on a nearby roof. "What were you thinking?" I wanted to ask you something," repeated Izuku, rather pathetically. "Look, kid, I really need to go. Can I be a hero with a useless quirk?" I mean, it's not entirely useless. I can't feel pain, which is actually really nice. It's just that it's not really heroic or anything, and everyone tells me that." "Hold on." All Might put his hand out to stop Izuku from talking. "Your quirk is that you can't feel pain?" "Among other things." This was of course an understatement. The immortality aspect of his quirk was perhaps the most important part. However, Izuku was used to not explicitly talking about that, so he opted to stay silent on that bit. His omission was missed by both of them as a cloud of smoke enveloped All Might and left a stick figure in his place. "What is going on?" asked Izuku in both a mix of awe and confusion and a slight suspicion that all of this was far too convenient. All Might sighed. "I have something to tell you." Which was, of course, followed by a long-winded explanation that involved losing organs, a time limit, and holding one's abs while swimming. Izuku wasn't entirely sure he understood the analogy, but the rest made sense enough. "That being said, I'd appreciate it if you don't tell anyone else about this." All Might finished. "All right," said Izuku, simply. "You don't seem very surprised about all this." Izuku shrugged. "Yeah, well, my quirk's weird too. A quirk that makes you spit blood and turn into a scarecrow when you use it doesn't seem that far-fetched." "Oh, I suppose so." All Might seem to have never thought of it that way. "Anyways, not to be all self-absorbed or anything, but about me being a hero with a lame quirk?" prodded Izuku. "Ah, yes, that." All Might tilted his head in thought. "Well, quite simply, you can't." Izuku tried to respond, but mostly gurgled incoherently. "If you want to save people, become a police officer or something. Being a hero is far too dangerous." "Look at me." He chuckled. "Seriously though, you can get really hurt." "I can't feel pain though." "That's literally my quirk," pleaded Izuku. "There's even a self-healing aspect, so I won't be out of commission for long. Even still, villains don't aim to injure." His voice lowered ominously. "They aim to kill." All Might opened a door that led to a stairwell. "Regardless of your quirk, there's no way to come back from the dead. Sorry, kid, but you need more than passion to become a hero." Izuku was left stunned and sputtering on the rooftop. Even his hero didn't believe in him. And yet, that didn't really change anything. Izuku had been having his doubts that day, what with the argument with Mr. Shibata, and asking All Might. Well, he had hoped it would be a confirmation. A confirmation that he could be a hero, regardless of what people said. But still, what was it that All Might had said? "Regardless of your quirk, there's no way to come back from the dead." Midoriya laughed out loud, the noise bubbling out of him in relief. "And that's where you're wrong," he said aloud. He knew he could, knew he would, become a hero. Katsuki was simply making his way from school to his home when the universe decided he should be eaten by a slime. Katsuki was not a fan of this decision, something he decided to make very clear by screaming loudly in anger and attempting to blow up the villain. This did not cause the villain to let him go, but it did succeed in drawing a crowd who called in the heroes. Although typically that would be a good thing, the heroes that came were very clearly not fit for the situation and honestly probably should have stayed at their agencies and waited for a crime that was more suited to their specific talents. All this meant that there were multiple witnesses, much to his embarrassment, as Katsuki unsuccessfully exploded. Internally, Katsuki was blaming Izuku for this situation. He had no reason to do this, albeit that he always internally blamed someone for all his problems, and it was simply a coincidence that this problem was actually slightly Izuku's fault. I say that quite loosely, It was only his fault in that he had accidentally caused All Might to drop the villain while he clung to his leg. Mostly it was the villain himself who was to blame. Really, Katsuki should be blaming the sludge villain for attacking him, not Izuku for causing him to be in the area he was when he got attacked. Which was kind of funny if you think about it. He was subconsciously blaming his friend, who was sort of at fault, but not for the reason he thought. But I am getting sidetracked when really I should be covering the fact that Katsuki was quite literally dying. Luckily, before he snuffed it, he caught sight of a familiar bag soaring through the air and into the villain. Unfortunately, because at that moment Katsuki himself was in the villain, the bag also hit his face. Let go of him, yelled Izuku. You again? Effing brat. The villain hissed. I'll kill you. I'd like to see you try. You can't kill a fly, taunted Izuku. He figured that if he could get the villain to attack him, Katsuki would be able to run free. He was ridiculously surprised when that was what actually happened. I'll show you, twerp. And with that, Izuku was once again eating mud. The experience was just as unpleasant as it had been the first time, and Izuku decided to swear off all Jello for the remainder of his days, as he was sure that the texture would cause him to barf, as it would be too reminiscent of his current experience. The feeling was so unpleasant he found himself wishing he'd just die, which did seem rather dramatic, but he reasoned that once dead he would not be able to taste. Also because while not painful for Izuku, the experience of suffocating was not actually enjoyable. His death wish was, in fact, granted in a timely manner, and only moments after it was All Might came careening through the sky to deliver a literal weather-changing punch that scattered the villain all across town. This left Katsuki in the awkward situation of trying to hide his friend's corpse from the heroes. He did an admirable job, managing to drag him down an alleyway while everyone was focused on the sudden arrival of All Might. It truly was a testament to the love of All Might that the two boys escaped without being seen, or perhaps just a testament to shoddy writing. Izuku awoke to a slap across the face. Hi, Kaken. He coughed, having inhaled some lingering glitter that still coated his face following his recent resurrection. Well then, I suppose I can check suffocation off my suicide bucket list. Katsuki chose to ignore that last little bit. Sure, took your sweet time, he grumbled. My bad, I'll try to raise myself from the dead faster next time. You better. Now let's get out of here. I bet all the heroes are trying to find us. They don't know where we are? It was that, or I explained to the officer how, my friend isn't dead, he's just sleeping. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at Izuku. Can't see that going over so well. All right, fair enough, said Izuku after considering Katsuki's predicament. He stood and brushed the glitter off his jeans. With a skip and a hop he jumped onto a dumpster and jumped once more to grasp the bottom of a fire escape, which he proceeded to climb like some freak hybrid of a monkey and a spider. Now that I think about it, he could just be compared to a normal spider monkey, a very real thing I try to avoid thinking about most of the time. Well, you coming or not? He called down once he reached the top of the building. Katsuki rolled his eyes. You're so extra, you know that, right? He said before moving to follow in his friend's lead. That's why you love me. The two had slowed their pace once they neared Katsuki's house and stopped for a moment on a rooftop not far from his apartment complex to catch their breath. So, we still on for that movie? Zuka, I almost died. Izuku rolled his eyes. Clearly you're not trying hard enough. I actually did. He tilted his head. And it kinda SCKD actually. You always die. I am so impressive like that, aren't I? Katsuki snorted. You have a way of making traumatic situations seem pretty ordinary. At that moment, as if the universe was reacting to Katsuki's claim that his current situation felt ordinary and was desperate to change that, a man crashed down in front of them, having just flown through the sky to land on the roof. The man was All Might, of course, just barely holding on to his form. I am here to talk to you. All Might. The boys exclaimed at the same time. How did you get away from the reporters? Asked Izuku. Not a problem for me. Besides, they were quite distracted looking for you too. All Might shook a finger at them. Naughty, naughty, all that sneaking around had the heroes worried. There was a veil of smoke starting to pour from his body. But enough of that. I wanted to speak to you, Midoriya. Okay. Izuku maintained his position and looked at All Might expectantly. Alone, please. I'll just tell Kaken whatever you tell me, said Izuku truthfully. What? Couldn't you? All Might transformed. Not again, he sighed. Shh! Exclaimed Katsuki. It took several minutes to get Katsuki caught up on the whole situation. So is this, like, a well-known thing? He asked. Not in the slightest. In fact, aside from a handful of close friends, you two are the only ones that know, clarified All Might, a tad forlornly. Wow. You kinda SCK at keeping this a secret, said Katsuki, unamused. All Might simply coughed a bit of blood in way of a response. Anyways, what did you want to tell Izuku? Are you certain I can't convince you to leave? Not a chance, said Katsuki, crossing his arms. All Might sighed. Well, in that case, let me tell you too about a little thing called One for All. And you want me to inherit this quirk? Izuku, said Katsuki. With a quirk like that? That is the plan, yes. Are you sure? Asked Izuku again. I told you, my quirk is really not suited for being a hero. And I mean, you don't even really know me that well. We only had like one conversation and it was kinda rushed. Almost like the whole conversation was being written by an author who just really wanted to get to the next scene and was banking on the fact that most of the readers knew the extent of the situation already. This is in fact exactly what happened. However, Katsuki and All Might chose to ignore this insight as neither of them had a good grasp on the concept of the fourth wall. He'll do it, said Katsuki, interrupting the insistent mutterings. Izuku snapped out of his mutter trance to elbow Katsuki. Hey, that's not exactly your choice to make. You better take it. This on top of your shitty quirk will guarantee that you'll make it into the hero course. Katsuki pounded a fist into his hand. Then when I beat you, I'll prove to everyone that I'm the best. Ah, of course, you have an ulterior motive. Izuku rolled his eyes. All Might coughed. He does have a valid point though. One for All would make heroics much more feasible. So what do you say? Izuku shook his head in shock. I mean, of course, this is like a dream come true. I'd love to take on your quirk if you're sure about this, that is. Believe me when I say that I think you will be perfect. Still not totally sure why you think so, muttered Izuku. All Might ignored him. You will, however, have to train your body to be able to take the strength that comes with One for All. If you don't, then your limbs could potentially explode. He chuckled. You can see how that would be a problem, I'm sure. Now had All Might fully understood Izuku's quirk, he would have realized that this was actually not much of a problem. The two boys who had made this connection did not laugh at the joke. You didn't tell him? Katsuki glared at Izuku, who in turn threw his hands in the air. Well, I didn't know he was going to make me his freaking successor. It's always been a secret, why would I tell him? I dunno, 'cause he's your idol? But you have to tell him now. Shut up. I was going to. I'm sorry, All Might seemed at a loss for words. What? We need a minute, said Katsuki with finality as he grabbed Izuku's wrist and dragged him a few paces away. Hey! Shouted Izuku. So let me get this straight. Hissed Katsuki, his back to All Might. Some guy who claims to be All Might is offering to make you his successor on the basis that you're more suicidal than pig taunting a tiger. What kind of analogy is that? Shut up. The point stands. Well, I'm fairly certain that he is All Might and not some imposter like you seem to be implying. I don't know many other people who can make it rain from a single punch. He could be, like, a shapeshifter pretending to be All Might, and the real All Might is still with the reporters or something. Izuku simply stared at Katsuki in response. Or something like that, finished Katsuki lamely. Okay, so I seriously doubt that's the case. Well, the only other option is that the number 1 FING hero wants to give you his quirk. So sorry if I find it hard to believe that anyone would want you as a student. He crossed his arms. I don't understand. You seemed really eager for me to get his quirk a few minutes ago. Yeah, well, that was before I learned that he didn't know about your quirk, 'cause that means he looked at you recklessly throwing yourself into dangerous situations and thought, this kid would make a fantastic successor. And that's just plain stupid. Izuku opened his mouth to argue. Izuku closed it and thought about Katsuki's words. Touché. Besides, he said it makes you explode? Come on Izuku, do you really need more ways to break yourself? Like you're one to talk, Mr. Explodo. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Regardless. You are going to tell him? Yeah. But first, Izuku looked at Katsuki, all humor gone from his face. Do you really think I should do this? UFNG better. This is the chance of a lifetime, nerd. Izuku smiled. And you're going to need all the help you can get if you keep getting into trouble. You sound like my mother, grumbled Izuku. And I don't get into that much trouble. We both know that's a major lie. Katsuki turned around and walked back to All Might. Izuku followed suit. All right, Junkie, tell him. Izuku took a deep breath. All Might, I have something I need to tell you. Okay. So, my quirk. It's weird? I'm not totally sure how to explain this. Katsuki growled. Just show him, idiot. Show me what? All Might questioned, growing more confused by the second. I can't do that. Why the hell not? Because Izuku struggled to explain himself. It's disturbing. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Get over it. You'll have to show him at some point if you take him up on his offer. Fine. Izuku slung his bag off his shoulder and pointed at Katsuki. But you have to explain it to him. I don't understand. What are you doing, Midoriya? All Might questioned. You see, All Might was used to being at least a little confused most of the time. This was because for all extents and purposes he was not the brightest bulb on the Christmas tree and as such rarely understood what was happening. Mostly he just waited for people to scream and then punched stuff. Somehow this method had ended up working out pretty good for him thus far and even resulted in him becoming the #1 hero. However, this situation had him more confused than ever. Sure, he had chosen a successor on the basis that Izuku seemed to be hero material, a conclusion he had come to upon seeing the boy throw himself into a very dangerous situation, but the two boys were making him feel incredibly out of the loop. Sorry for lying to you, All Might, but this is my quirk. And with that Izuku took a deep breath before running the short length of the roof and jumping. To elaborate, he quite literally swan dived off the roof headfirst in an impressive display of athleticism and a complete disregard for personal safety. All Might for his part stood completely still, refusing to believe that anyone was that, well, suicidal. He quite honestly believed that Izuku was going to fly or demonstrate something equally epic as his true quirk. Don't blame him for thinking so, he had very little context for the situation, and as such the boy flying seemed reasonable enough. As it was, Izuku did not fly. Instead, he fell the length of the building and landed with a grotesque squelch on the pavement. That BSTRD. Katsuki glared angrily at the edge. All Might's jaw moved up and down but no noise came out. Katsuki turned to the man. All Might, sir? So, don't panic, but is he dead? Well, Katsuki seemed to be a bit panicky himself. Kinda? He'll be fine. But he's dead. Katsuki winced. Yeah, he's dead. But sheet. All Might then turned and ran away. Wait, All Might, you don't understand, yelled Katsuki as he chased after the hero. Katsuki finally caught up to the hero who had stopped running to stare at Izuku's deformed corpse after his curiosity got the better of him. The boy's blood had gathered around his body and was already starting to shimmer. The two stood in silence for a minute before All Might finally broke it. I'm concerned, he said. Yeah, well, said Katsuki as he took deep breaths from running. Everything considered, that's a fair reaction. He's really dead, All Might said, still in shock. I tried to tell you. Katsuki examined the body. It's his quirk. Dying is his quirk? More or less. All Might just stared at Katsuki. Katsuki rolled his eyes. It's hard to explain. All Might stared at him with the desperation of someone who had just seen a child they somewhat like kill themselves. Which he had. Try. Katsuki glared at All Might, annoyed at this reaction. I don't think that's really fair to the hero. He simply lacked the background knowledge to truly comprehend the situation and Katsuki was frankly not helping. He's immortal. He dies and then he gets his shitty glitter everywhere and boom. Not dead. All Might reeled like Katsuki had physically punched him. What does that even mean? It means the a-hole knew I'd be terrible at explaining this and wanted me to suffer. You know, somehow I doubt that was his intention. That was definitely his intention. He just likes to see me fail. Will you please just... At that moment Izuku did indeed explode in a cloud of glitter. I'm back! All Might screeched. Sorry for keeping that from you, All Might, said Izuku as he stood. But there you go. I'm also immortal. Which is kinda useful. I'm sorry, you're what? Kaken. Did you not explain my quirk? To him. There was a teasing undertone to his words that lent credence to Katsuki's theory. Katsuki flipped Izuku the bird. Explain your own quirk, idiot. Izuku laughed and turned to the thoroughly confused hero. So, my quirk is called Adrenaline Rush. It basically my body pumps modified adrenaline into my system 24/7, which makes me have a constant adrenaline rush and also activates my body's hysterical strength mechanism. So that means that I go over my limits in strength, but it also has the unfortunate side effect of breaking me because my body isn't meant to take the strain. So as a safety, since my quirk is so volatile, there's also a healing aspect. That is, only activated after my heart stops. So I'm immortal. There is a silence broken only by an awkward cough from Bakugo. All Might took a deep breath. Why did you not tell me this? Immortality seems somewhat important. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Oh God, and I told you that you couldn't be a hero. He looked up. Which is hardly my fault, because I thought your quirk was just that you couldn't feel pain. Had I known that you couldn't die, why didn't you say anything? I just did. All Might said nothing. Izuku sighed. I really try not to tell people about it. Why not? I for one would have greatly appreciated a warning. I have a few reasons. Also, Izuku winced. It tends to traumatize. Turns out that people aren't so keen to believe I'm immortal without a demonstration, and I'm told that the actual demonstration causes a lot of screaming and the likes. Katsuki piped up. Actually, All Might didn't scream. He just tried to run away. All Might coughed, embarrassed. It seemed like a situation that would be bad to be caught up in, he muttered. He sighed and shook his head. You're going to be a handful of a successor, aren't you? Wait, you still want me to inherit your quirk? If anything, the knowledge of your true quirk has only reaffirmed my thoughts that you should. After all, being immortal will probably be very helpful. Okay, but why do you want me to take your quirk? Don't argue with him, dumbass, interjected Katsuki. Just take the DMN quirk. Okay. He turned to the hero. All Might, sir, I would love to take on your quirk. They stood in awkward silence for a few minutes as Izuku looked at the hero expectantly. Right now, All Might said. Was that not what you meant? Well, originally I had planned on having you train your body before so that you wouldn't explode. Been there, done that, he's fine, said Katsuki. Now give him the quirk. What? Don't ask, said Izuku, exasperatedly. He does have a point though. That he does. Suddenly, he transformed back into his All Might form and pulled a hair out of his head. Eat this. Excuse me? You need my DNA to get my quirk. Okay, but like your hair? Izuku put a hand to his mouth and began to mutter. Only the follicles at the bottom actually contain DNA, so I really should only need to eat that end, but that's still kinda ineffective. Maybe if I just liked your arm? Then I'd be digesting hundreds of your dead skin cells, and those would also have DNA. All Might struggled to keep up with the relentless flow. Do you want to lick me? Not particularly. He waved his arms. But I would if I needed to. Katsuki groaned. Just eat the DMN thing already. Okay. I was going to. And with that, Izuku grabbed the hair and devoured it. He made a face as he swallowed. Is that it? All Might nodded. You should begin feeling the effects very soon. As soon as he said that, Izuku doubled over. Oh. What's wrong? Are you okay? All Might asked worriedly. He bent closer to the boy. Get back, I think I'm going to dash. I have no doubt that the next word was going to be explode, but the sentence was cut off by Izuku exploding, so I am unable to confirm this. Katsuki let out a high-pitched screech of anger as blood splattered his shirt. Okay, so I guess you were right about the whole exploding thing, said Izuku as soon as he revived. Katsuki furiously slapped at the glitter down his front. You think? All Might blinked hard. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. You say that until it happens like 100 times. Katsuki glared at his shirt as if willing the glitter out. It did not work. Then it's just annoying. So exploding wasn't fun, but I think I have a better handle on it now, said Izuku as if that was a normal sentence. What next? Well, All Might started at a loss for this strange situation he now found himself in. Because I was thinking I might need to change my quirk description now that I have one for all too. What? You finally going to add the makes owner of quirk act like a FING squirrel with no regards for personal safety to the description? Katsuki snorted. But really? The official description says I have a very minor strength enhancement, which is obviously no longer true. Well, All Might started hesitantly. You are able to change those when necessary. If I may offer my opinion? Izuku nodded. We can't have people knowing about one for all, but if you edited your quirk as if you had just discovered more about it, then it should be fine. So you're saying I should change my quirk description to be like a combination of adrenaline rush and one for all? Exactly. I was thinking you could maybe name it after the small strength aspect of your existing quirk. Izuku's eyes brightened. Hysterical strength. Katsuki laughed sharply. Well, you're hysterical enough, that's for sure. All Might smiled. Izuku Midoriya, today you become the 9th holder of One for All, or as it will be known as from this day forward, hysterical. They decided to meet the next day at Takoba Beach to start Izuku's training. What time we gonna meet? Questioned Katsuki. We. Are you coming too, young Bakugu? All Might questioned, slightly confused. Katsuki scoffed. Of course I'm coming. You think I'm going to let this idiot get ahead of me by having extra training? Hell no. I'm coming too, he tilted his head in thought. Also, you're probably gonna need my help. It's harder than you'd think keeping this dumbass from killing himself. Izuku rolled his eyes. No need to baby me. Trust me, you'll be grateful that I'm coming by the end. All Might was. By the time they had finished with Izuku's first day of training, he had died no less than 17 times, which was 17 more times than All Might had expected. Although to be fair, that was probably his own mistake considering Izuku had died 3 times the day prior, but I digress. It seemed that there was a slight problem with One for All that caused Izuku to be unable to use it at less than 100%, and that meant he was constantly exploding himself. Although he hadn't believed Katsuki at the time, All Might was starting to feel a little desensitized to the constant death. Midoriya, All Might said as the boy woke up for the 17th time that day. I'm beginning to think we need a new approach. Katsuki snorted. You think? What do you suggest? Asked Izuku with far too much vitality for someone who had exploded minutes prior. Well, originally I was going to have you train your body to become a better vessel for One for All. Perhaps we should go back to that? In the end, it was decided that All Might would continue to train Izuku by helping him to strengthen his body. And Katsuki, not being one to relax, decided that he too would prepare for the upcoming entrance exam by pushing his body to the limits. Thus the two boys each worked hard for the next many months in hopes of achieving the same goal, being accepted into UA's hero course and becoming the best possible heroes. Now if you are so inclined, I would urge you to imagine a particularly powerful training montage in which you may see Izuku clearing the beach with All Might, lifting weights as he studies for the exam, and perhaps most importantly, attempting to not use 100% of his power 100% of the time. This was much easier said than done considering the boy was now in the possession of not one, but 2 quirks that seemed to only allow him to go over his body's limits and evidently would not allow him to settle for anything less. Despite this, he managed to get to the point where he could use 5% of One for All with minimum repercussions. This was also due to the fact that he had quite a bit of prior experience with limiting his strength and as such was confident that he would get a handle on the 2 quirks during his time at UA. If you are to continue this fictitious montage, you may see Katsuki, who had also thrown himself completely into training. Not only training his body but also paying particular attention to his quirk, which, although not similar to Izuku's in most ways, also put quite a strain on him due to its, shall I say, explosive nature. As if this wasn't enough, he had also decided that it would be in his best interest to study for the written exam. No, he is not a nerd, and you should be ashamed of thinking so. That would conclude the training montage that I do hope you have imagined in far greater detail than my words could ever express. My reasoning for having you imagine this scene is that I quite frankly do not have the energy to describe it for you. Although I am beginning to realize that to some extent I have done just that. Alas. This would lead us to the day of the entrance exam, where Katsuki and Izuku were walking towards UA, predictably arguing. All I'm saying is that depending on the hero, their personality can actually increase civilian approval. It's not enough to be efficient. As a hero, you have to make sure to garner the support of the general public. Take Endeavor, for example. His cold demeanor has a certain type of appeal for some fans, but only because the persona is well crafted and all-encompassing. If he were to start acting more aloof and out of character, his ratings would plummet, but since I cannot believe you just compared me to that shit stain. Katsuki glared at Izuku. Yeah, well, that shit stain has more popularity than you ever will with that flaming pile of trash you call a personality. I don't need a personality. I have bombs for hands. You're impossible. Izuku rolled his eyes and threw his hands in the air, exasperated. Look, you want to be number one? I can't wait to see how well that will go. It was at that moment that Izuku found himself falling, having tripped over either his own 2 feet or perhaps something invisible that lay on the ground. Most likely his own feet. Izuku had, like most people, tripped many times in his life. However, in his case, it was slightly different, as if he was to catch himself it would most likely result in shattering his arms. He knew this and, not wanting to go to the exam with 2 broken arms, acted accordingly, closing his eyes and bracing for impact, but kept his hands at his side. This of course meant that he slammed into the ground with enough force to give him a bloody nose, the sight of which caused Katsuki to laugh. Not even a second after he decided to become acquainted with the cement, he felt a slap to the back. This was odd, considering that Izuku was fairly certain he hadn't slapped himself on the back, and Katsuki was still doubled over laughing at his predicament. It was strange. Although Izuku was sure that he had been lying on the pavement only moments before, he now seemed to be pinwheeling through the air completely weightless. His vision was rather blurry from the spinning, but he thought he saw a girl around his age flailing her arms and Katsuki wheezing next to her. "Whoa," was all Izuku could think to say. "Oh no. I am so sorry," the girl said. "I saw you falling and I tried to catch you, but I guess I was too late. Oh, I should probably put you down. I'm so sorry," she rambled without taking a single breath before touching her fingers together. Weight returned to Izuku and he fell headfirst onto the cement. "Oh gosh, I'm so sorry." "Wow." Izuku scrambled back to his feet, unfazed. "Is that your quirk? That's so neat. 5-point contact, right? Can you make anything weightless, or does the size matter? How long can you hold it? Can you make yourself weightless?" "Chill, Zuku. You look like a complete maniac. You're scaring the poor girl." Katsuki chided. Izuku took a second to realize that there was still blood trickling down his face, and he had bombarded the stranger with intense questions about her quirk in a manner that was probably coming across as very unnerving. "Oops," he said. "Don't worry. I'm totally fine." The girl looked on the verge of crying. "You're bleeding." "It's fine." Izuku attempted to reassure her. "I do that a lot. I'm so embarrassed." She buried her face in her hands. "I'm just going to run away now." She then proceeded to do just that, racing into the building without a second glance. "Wow. Quite the charmer, aren't you?" said Katsuki sarcastically. "Hey. It wasn't that bad." "It was. And what about you? You just stood around laughing at me." Katsuki dug through his bag and tossed a handkerchief to Izuku. "You would too if you had seen it. You looked hilarious." "Rude." Izuku took the handkerchief and tried his best to wipe the blood off his face. "Oh, give it here," said Katsuki, roughly taking it from him. You're just smearing it all over. Katsuki dabbed at Izuku, who squirmed. Just leave it. We're gonna be late for the exam. You are not going to the exams with blood on your face. What kinda impression would that leave? Approximately 18 feet away, or 5.5 meters for literally anyone who does not live in the States, Koji Koda, a UA hopeful, stood watching the entire exchange. Because he had seen the whole situation, he decided to change that 18 feet into 33 as he made a very wide circle around the strange children. He shuddered and decided he very much did not want to associate with Katsuki and Izuku. Which, in my opinion, was probably smart. Robots, said Izuku, disgusted. This is perfect. Robots, repeated Izuku as if pleading for Katsuki to correct him. I'm going to blow them all to bits and ace this exam. But you, laughed Katsuki. You're screwed. Izuku lowered his head onto the tabletop with a groan. I'd rather die. That can be arranged. Ha, said Izuku without humor. Seriously though. And they put us in different areas too, probably so we can't collaborate with our classmates. You should be glad about that, you know, otherwise I'd destroy all the robots before you'd even get a chance. Izuku rolled his eyes. Must everything be a competition with you? Izuku, this is literally a competition to get into UA. And we're gonna be late if we don't leave now. Katsuki flicked on his phone, checking the time. Sheet, you're right, he quickly gathered up his bag. See ya after. Good luck, Kaken. And with that, the two boys parted and went their separate ways. As Izuku neared his group, he recognized the brown-haired girl with the anti-gravity quirk standing in the crowd, deep in concentration. Now Izuku, having had ample time to process the situation from earlier that morning, had come to the conclusion that he had not made the best first impression. This is why he decided to approach her and attempt to rectify the situation. Unfortunately, he was stopped by another participant. Oh, monsieur, you look absolutely fabulous. The interrupter was quite literally sparkling as he batted his longer-than-average lashes at Izuku. This was strange considering most humans do not sparkle. Excuse me? The boy giggled. Non, excuse-moi. I simply couldn't help but admire your twinkling aura. My? What? Asked Izuku, confused. Why that glitter is so magnifique. He gestured vaguely to Izuku, who was indeed covered in a sheen of gold glitter. I do consider myself somewhat of an expert on the art of the sparkle, and that is some high-quality glitter. Wherever did you get it? For a second Izuku mulled over the question. Typically honesty was the best policy, but he wasn't sure if telling the stranger that he had actually acquired this glitter from an unfortunate incident that morning that involved a broken finger and a knife was a good idea. Nor did he think simply telling him it was his blood glitter would be any better. My private dealer. He nodded as if this was a perfectly reasonable response. I'm afraid my dealer retired not 2 weeks ago, so I'm running on dregs at this point. Alas. The price I pay for beauty. I am Aoyama Yuga, by the way. And you are? Izuku Midoriya, replied Izuku, still quite lost. Whatever potential conversation the two boys could have had was cut off as Present Mix's voice rang through the crowd. And start. Izuku and Yuga shared a surprised look. Au revoir. Until next time, Ami, said Yuga before running away. With some bewilderment, Izuku realized he should probably do the same. He let out a small sigh and jogged away. Stupid robots, he thought. Izuku was glad that he had managed to get somewhat of a handle on one for all before the exam. As it was, each robot took several punches at the 5% his body could handle without breaking, and he still managed to break 3 fingers when his control slipped for a moment. It didn't help that all the other participants were even crazier than he was. Multiple times he would start pounding on a robot only to have it taken out by another applicant. Are you kidding me? Grumbled Izuku as the 3-pointer he had been punching was ultimately destroyed by a boy with a speed quirk who jumped in at the last minute. About 7 minutes had passed when there was a large commotion a little ways away from Izuku. He sighed. He only had about 12 points, and would have to hurry if he wanted to get enough points to qualify. Whatever was happening would just be a waste of time. That was before he rounded the corner and was immediately bowled over by the flood of fleeing students. Seriously? He then caught sight of the absolutely enormous zero-pointer. Suddenly he felt much more sympathy for the hurried participants. And was that? Help me! To us. Without a second thought, Izuku ran towards the robot and the familiar girl it was about to crush. She seemed to be pinned under some rubble as the giant robot lumbered towards her. Izuku did some fast thinking. He could help free her, but if she was injured there was a chance they wouldn't be able to make it away in time. Which of course left only one other option. Izuku sighed and let out a burst of speed, already preparing for the inevitable broken limbs. Achiko watched as the green-haired boy from that morning barreled towards her. For a moment she was filled with equal parts gratefulness and lingering embarrassment, but as she watched him run past her she became increasingly confused. Turning her head to see what he was doing, she was able to catch a glimpse of him launching himself into the air with a superhuman amount of strength and punching the robot. "Smarayas!" he screamed. While it was most likely that this was referencing All Might's catchphrase, there is also a small possibility that it was in regards to his now quite smashed skeletal structure. Achiko strained against the rock she was under before eventually using her quirk on it and trying her best to swallow the bile that rose in her throat. She knew that whatever happened she had to catch the boy who had just saved her, even if that meant losing her breakfast. As Izuku fell to the earth, like any other object does when affected by gravity, Achiko stretched out her fingers. Her heart soared as they made contact, then immediately dropped as Izuku kept falling before her last finger touched him. Her heart continued to drop as Izuku crashed to the ground and the now broken robot fell on top of him in a very death-inducing way. Far away many of the participants wondered why the alarm to end the exam seemed to be mixed with a long high-pitched scream. As it was, Izuku did not actually die the moment he hit the ground. Sure, there was probably a concerning amount of internal bleeding and he certainly wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon, but he wasn't dead, which was good. But then a giant robot fell on him. At that point he became very dead. This was bad for a multitude of reasons, the first of which was that UA was the school that both Izuku and Katsuki planned to attend, and this situation reflected poorly on their safety precautions. Not that UA was particularly known for their safety. At this point I am half convinced that Nedzu had blackmailed the entire school board into letting him whatever the hell he wanted, but it was more the principle of the matter. The second problem was that Achiko was not aware of Izuku's immortality, and as such was now contemplating if she could still become a hero after murdering a kid. The answer is, of course, no. However, she didn't actually murder him. This situation would be considered manslaughter, which, while having a worse name in my opinion, is actually a lesser crime and one that you can have committed and still become a hero. None of which actually matters considering Izuku doesn't actually ever stay dead, and I don't think there's a law that applies to that, but the point stands. As Achiko's worry grew, she shifted through the remains of the robot, hoping that despite what she had seen Izuku was somehow alive. Considering how large the robot was and the fact that she had to puke before looking for him, whether from her quirk or the fact that she had quite literally just seen a child die, I cannot say, it took her several minutes before she finally found him. This was good because it meant that Izuku had just enough time to recover before Achiko floated a flat piece of metal off him. He gasped, his lungs finally remembering how to work after their most recent demise. "Is the exam over?" "Ah." Achiko fell onto her, but as Izuku bolted straight up, a blanket of glitter falling from him as he did. "You're alive." "Yeah, I suppose so." "Is the exam done?" he repeated. "Yeah, but how are you alive?" Achiko waved her arms in confusion. "You fell, and then the robot crushed you, and you should be dead, but how?" "Magic," said Izuku before flopping on the ground. "Gosh darn it. I didn't get nearly as many points as I wanted." "I'm so sorry. If I hadn't needed your help then you could have gotten more points." Achiko started tearing up. "Hey, no, it's fine." Izuku began to panic. "Really, it's not a big deal, I'll be fine." Achiko sniffled, rubbing her eyes. "But really, how did you survive that fall? And why are you covered in glitter?" "Just my quirk," said Izuku with a shrug. "But I thought your quirk was super strength," said Achiko, thinking about the one for all enhanced jump and punch combo Izuku had executed only minutes earlier. "It is." Achiko paused. She opened her mouth, planning to bring up some elegant retort to this claim. However, what came out of her mouth instead was a thoroughly bamboozled, "Huh? It's actually pretty complicated, but it really doesn't matter." "Say, I never got your name," said Izuku, changing the subject before she could wonder more about his quirk. "I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way." "Achiko Uraraka." "But wait. Well, it sure was nice meeting you, Uraraka," interrupted Izuku. "Hate to cut this conversation short, but I have to go meet up with my barbaric demon of a friend before he blows something up out of boredom. Hope to see you in Ua." Achiko gaped as she watched Izuku run off, waving a hand at her as he left. Truth be told, her emotions were extremely frayed from the encounter, having to fluctuate rapidly from embarrassment, panic, and mind-boggling confusion. She would soon learn that such confusion was simply a constant when Izuku was involved. For a second she wondered if he was serious about a demon that exploded out of boredom. He was. Or at least it wasn't too much of a stretch. "That's an awful lot of glitter there, Zuku," said Katsuki, narrowing his eyes accusatorially at Izuku. Izuku coughed awkwardly. Katsuki groaned. It was 10 minutes. The entire test was only 10 minutes long. "How did you manage to die in that time?" "Well," said Izuku, "I sort of fell." "You fell? From what? A roof?" "It's actually a funny story," said Izuku with a chuckle. "I jumped too high and then I fell." "You killed yourself from jumping too high?" Katsuki raised an eyebrow. "Well, that's a new one. Actually, it wasn't the fall that technically killed me." Katsuki paused. "Okay, I give. How did you die?" "I was splat by a dead robot." Katsuki blinked, speechless. To be fair, it was a very large robot. "I don't think splat is a word." "That's what you took from this?" Katsuki glared. "What, you want me to yell at you for managing to get yourself killed in an exam?" "'Cause I could do that, but I'm sure Auntie will do it for me when you get home." "Oh, please don't tell her." Izuku looked at Katsuki, panicked. "She'll think you isn't safe and not let me go." "Is she wrong? You just died." "Come on, Kaken. If I was banned from everywhere I've died, then I'd be confined to my room for the rest of my life." Izuku tilted his head. "On second thought, my room would be one of the first places on the list. It's surprisingly easy to die while just sitting in your room. We actually had to reinforce my window frame after the third time I fell out. Also, the edges of my desk are kinda pointy and sharp edges and heads don't mix. I mean, there's just a lot of blood involved, which isn't ideal. Actually, now that I think about it, it's really lucky that I'm immortal. I'm fairly certain most people don't die as often as I do." "Are you calling me weak?" "No, never." Izuku waved his hands. "You're just fragile." Katsuki recoiled, extremely offended. "Fragile?" Izuku winced, suddenly struck by the idea that perhaps he'd said the wrong thing. He most definitely had said the wrong thing. As true as the statement might have been, it caused Katsuki to test Izuku's immortality for the next several blocks. "We're home." Inko poked her head out of the kitchen at the sound of Izuku's voice. "Izuku." "Katsuki. How was the exa?" She stopped talking abruptly and glared at Izuku. "Izuku Midoriya. You better pray that I'm imagining the glitter on your shirt," she hissed. "It's just from this morning. I broke my finger and reset before I left for the exam," yelped Izuku. While this is technically true, making breakfast can be particularly difficult when you are both nervous and have the innate ability to not feel pain. Inko easily saw through the half-truth. "Izuku." She threw her hands in the air in exasperation. "Just what am I going to do with you?" "You tell him, Auntie," said Katsuki, his head in the fridge as he searched for a snack. "I swear to goodness, if you don't at least try to be safer, then I will make sure that you never set foot in that school again." "But Mom," started Izuku. "No buts. I am sick and tired of you constantly getting yourself killed. You have no regard for your own well-being and I am done with it." "Where do you keep the peanut butter, Auntie?" yelled Katsuki, holding an apple in one hand and opening doors at random with the other. "To the left of the oven, dear," she called back with a much kinder tone before turning back to her son. "I'm not done with you, mister." She glowered at Izuku, who was attempting to sneak away as she was distracted. Come on, Mom. I'm fine. Inko sighed. I know you are Izuku, but that's not the point. You need to realize that using your quirk in public can have damaging consequences. Did anyone see? Just this one girl. Izuku. But it wasn't a big deal. She was just a little confused. Well, if she gets into UA, you'll have to invite her over for pie to apologize. You're such a bad son, Zuku. Making your mom bake apology pies for all the people you've traumatized. I doubt she's traumatized. Both Katsuki and Inko stared at Izuku for a minute before Katsuki started to cackle. You're right. The poor girl is probably questioning her sanity right now. It wasn't on purpose. She was literally about to get stepped on by a robot, but I saved her. Izuku coughed before continuing quietly, and maybe I died just a little in the process. Katsuki shook his head. Sorry, Auntie, but I think he's a lost cause. Izuku, this conversation is not over. Inko jabbed a finger at Izuku before smiling. But come sit down, you two, I want to hear all about your exam. And then I blew up another robot. And then I blew up a robot and a building, said Katsuki in between bites of apple. The robot was on the building. He clarified. This was a necessary clarification as one could never be too sure with Katsuki. The odds of him blowing up a building just because he wanted to were unreasonably high. Anyways, it was really fun. I just got to explode everything. That's nice, dear, Inko said, unaffected by Katsuki's feral grin. How about you, Izuku? Izuku shrugged. I punched a few robots, not a ton though. Katsuki and Inko were quiet as they waited for Izuku to continue. And there was this girl from earlier who was pinned under some rocks. Wait, the floaty one? Interrupted Katsuki. Izuku nodded. Katsuki laughed. A round face is probably regretting ever getting involved with you. Come on, round face? Are you even trying Kaken? Oh, shut up, Mr. Lemmy just ain't die in front of a stranger. Language, interrupted Inko. While the swearing was an issue in this situation, I'm inclined to point out how Mr. Lemmy just effing die in front of a stranger is far too long of a name to have any real-world applications. Mean, can you imagine putting it on a resume? I can see so many potential problems with such a name. Mainly introductions to strangers, because if a person came up to you and shook your hand and introduced themselves as Mr. Lemmy just FNG die in front of a stranger, I think you would be more than a little rattled and also confused as if they were really saying their name, or if they were simply narrating what they were about to do, in which case you best run. Luckily Katsuki does not have the authority to name people, so Izuku is still Izuku Midoriya and not Izuku Lemmy just FNG die in front of a stranger. Although if Katsuki really had his way, he might rename his friend Adrenaline Junkie Lemmy just FNG die in front of a stranger, which also has issues for much the same reason. Yes, it really is a good thing Katsuki doesn't name things. And who exactly is this girl? Asked Inko once the two boys had settled down. Oh, just this extra that watched as Izuku made an utter fool out of himself before the exam. And I guess she saw him die later. Anyways, interrupted Izuku. She was pinned under some rocks when the zero-pointer nearly stepped on her. I thought you said the robots weren't that big? Interjected Inko. Yeah, well, this one was, sighed Izuku. But that's not the point. She was about to get crushed, and there wasn't enough time to free her, so I used one for all and jumped really high and punched it in the face. And then you died, finished Katsuki. Yeah, pretty much. Izuku, his mother started. Yeah, he shouldn't die and needs to be more careful, we've heard it a million times. Katsuki waved a hand. What I'm wondering is how many points he got. Izuku chuckled nervously. Well, you see, the thing is, it was kinda tricky, and then I was dead, so I lost like 3 minutes. Just cut to it. Point 15. 20 tops, said Izuku quietly. Katsuki blinked at his friend before standing abruptly and clapping his hands. All right then. Time for Plan B. Go grab your blackmail notebooks, nerd. Kaken, we're not going to blackmail them. I'd say it's about your only chance at this point. Inko sighed. Katsuki, that's called extortion and you can go to jail for it. How would you know that? Katsuki shot back. That I'm a lawyer. So, a minor clarification. Katsuki was well aware of Inko's career as a lawyer. You'll find that education in law comes in handy when people accuse your son of traumatizing people via his not-so-permanent death and or occasionally committing crimes. However, he found it far more fun to ignore this fact unless it was convenient. Izuku groaned. Can we drop it already? Either I got in or I didn't. Nothing we can do about it now except wait. And so they did. For approximately 12 seconds. This may not seem like a long time, but I dare you to sit for 12 seconds in silence during a conversation. Do be careful though, the awkwardness has been known to kill over 65 introverts who attempted this. But waiting is boring, said Katsuki eventually. Izuku stood up. I agree. Let's go break into UA and see if I pass the exam. Hell yeah. What did I just say about jail time? Inko yelled as the two boys turned the corner to go to Izuku's room. It's okay. Katsuki yelled back. We know a really good lawyer. Why the hell do you have two official UA gym uniforms in our size? Said Katsuki as he held up the jumpsuit. Izuku shrugged. Found them on the internet a few years back, he said, as if that was a reasonable answer. Katsuki, well aware of how that was the best answer he'd get, rolled his eyes. Yeah, okay, whatever. You sure this plan will work? I'm like 70% sure. You know what? That's good enough for me, said Katsuki. Let's blow this popsicle stand. This is so stupid, said Katsuki as they trudged through the wooded area behind UA. Why are we doing this? Because you were bored. Okay, I mean a little, but that doesn't mean I wanted to infiltrate one of the most secure hero schools in the country. Actually, it's ranked number 1 in both security and fortification by the Heroic Weekly as far as hero schools are concerned, said Izuku, matter-of-factly. So, it's not just one of the most secure facilities, it is the most secure facility. That's not better. Wow, touchy much? Katsuki groaned. Look, all I'm saying is that I don't want to potentially ruin my future of becoming a hero over a little underestimation. Relax. We won't get caught. You don't know that. What? Are you doubting my ability to break into a heavily guarded hero base and look at top secret documents while using a plan I came up with? He looked at his non-existent watch, mockingly. 45 minutes ago? Yeah. Well, you totally shouldn't. Also, it's a bit late for second thoughts. We're here. Izuku pushed through the foliage, revealing a 30-foot-tall wall jutting out from the forest. Remind me why I'm your friend again? Because I'm immortal and you have a bad habit of blowing up your friends, said Izuku without pause. Now brace yourself, this part is going to be a little messy. Izuku gave Katsuki a second to dive for cover before he placed a well-aimed kick using 100% of one for all at the base of the wall, taking out a large chunk of the wall and completely shattering Izuku's foot. What are you doing? Hissed Katsuki. Killing two birds with one stone. Izuku gestured to the generous hole in the wall. Now we have a way in, he then pointed at his completely decimated leg. And a reason to get where we need to go quickly without too many questions. Have I mentioned how much I hate you? Katsuki grinned as he said it. Once or twice, replied Izuku, mirroring the same grin. Now come on. This is going to be so much fun. No one paid attention to the two boys as they made their way across the school grounds and into the actual building, other than to give them a wide berth as soon as they saw them. This was probably because Katsuki was glaring at anyone that came near. Or perhaps it was just that no one wanted to get too close to Izuku, who had slung one arm over Katsuki's shoulder and was limping down the hallway while leaking blood from his leg, which was impaled with pieces of wall. This, as you can imagine, was not an appealing sight. It didn't help that Izuku, who hadn't experienced pain in over a decade, was not particularly good at faking it. I mean this in the kindest way possible, but Izuku's expression looked like he had just snorted a bottle of lemon juice after becoming acquainted with pig droppings, as he let out pitiful, and frankly lacking any emotion, "Ows. You look constipated, idiot," Katsuki gritted out. Well, I'm sorry, I don't exactly have the best reference for how a person in pain is supposed to look, hissed Izuku as they rounded the corner. What about before you got your quirk? You mean 10 years ago? I know for a fact you were in pain then. I think I actually punched a couple of your teeth out by accident when we were 4, remember that? Izuku just stared at Katsuki. What? He looked away. You have issues. I have issues. What about you, suicidal adrenaline junkie? Hi. A new voice interjected. Both Izuku and Katsuki slowly looked up to see a bouncy blue-haired girl waving at them. Hi, said Izuku. Sorry for interrupting your argument, but I couldn't help but notice that you seem kinda broken. She looked down at Izuku's leg. Wow. It looks even more painful up close. Oh, it is? Said Izuku before remembering that most people would be in agony in this situation. Ugh, guy, he groaned. Oh wow, it really hurts. Katsuki slapped his face. I bet. The girl continued, ignoring Izuku's lackluster acting. I'm Hato Nijire, and you two must be first years 'cause you're too small to be third years and I know all the second years. I was just going to get a drink, but then I saw you two and my curiosity got the better of me. My friends tell me I'm too curious sometimes, but I think that the more you know the better. Anyways, how'd you do that? Training accident, said Katsuki. At the same time, Izuku said, faulty jetpack. Faulty jetpack? Katsuki mouthed at Izuku, who in turn just shrugged. Hato tilted her head. Well, you see, started Izuku. We were training with the rest of our class when a faulty jetpack flew out the window and hit my leg. We were outside over by the D-Wing, support department. Hato nodded. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But why are you guys over here? Recovery Girl's office is that way. She pointed back behind the way they came. Yeah, and so is the D-Wing, continued Izuku. So, didn't you hear me say the support department was involved? Trust me, no one's making it through there for a while. We're taking the long way to Recovery Girl. Understandable, said Hato. Well, I'd hate to keep you, especially in that condition. Guess I'll see you around. Considering neither of the boys were officially students of UA yet, this was not true. But Hato was not aware of this and was simply being polite. Don't read too much into it. The two boys waved at the excitable girl and let out twin breaths of relief as she turned down a different hallway. Faulty jetpack? Said Katsuki aloud. What? It could have happened. You know, for someone so smart you really are an idiot. Please, she didn't suspect a thing. Yeah, about that, Katsuki started before Izuku directed him to a different hall. Left. I have a feeling I should be suspicious of how good a liar you are. If you had to explain how you're alive multiple times without having a legitimate reason like me, you'd be a good liar too. I still can't believe no one suspected us yet. I told you, if you act natural you'll be fine. Basic infiltration technique, said Izuku as he turned Katsuki down another hallway. This place is a FNG maze, grumbled Katsuki. We're nearly there, quit whining. I'm not whining, whined Katsuki. Yes, you are. Do you even know where the hell we are? Of course, I looked at the fire escape plans before we came. UA has a surprising number of fire drills, 'cause, support students. Katsuki huffed, whatever. Just get us there soon, I don't want us to get caught. Izuku stopped in his tracks, causing Katsuki to stumble as he struggled to pull his crippled friend along. What the F-nerd? I didn't say to stop. We're here, said Izuku, looking at the unmarked door in front of him before grinning. Time to have some fun. Bring it. It's locked, said Katsuki as he rattled the handle. It'll take more than simple locks to keep me out. Izuku limped to the door and took the handle in his hand. With a loud crack, he twisted hard, causing the locking mechanism to break and the door to swing open. That works, said Katsuki as he stepped into the room. The office housed several filing cabinets, each one systematically neat and tidy. In the back corner, there were several computers and monitors for some unknown reason. Wow, said Izuku after following Katsuki inside the office and closing the door, as much as it could be closed in its current condition, behind him. This looks like super stereotypical. We have to sort through all these files? It looks organized, so it probably won't take too long. Are you ignoring the fact that you just put your dominant hand out of commission while trying to look cool? It's gonna be hard for you to do much of anything in that condition. It's fine. I'm ambidextrous. You most definitely are not. Izuku shrugged. I can fake it. Besides, I didn't hurt it too much, I'm getting better control with one for all. Word to the wise. Ambidextrousness is not something that can be faked. If you have doubts about this, then you may wish to conduct a simple experiment. Just try writing your full legal name, or perhaps even your illegal name if you wish, with first your dominant hand and then the other. Chances are one will look far better than the other regardless of how much you were trying to fake it. If this is not the case, then you really are ambidextrous, which is probably something you should have known at this point in your life. Unless of course you are 3 years old, in which case you would probably not know if you were ambidextrous because you are only 3. I would also ask you, if you are indeed 3, to please stop reading this, because as impressive as it is that you can read at your age, this FIC swears kinda a lot, and I do not need teaching a toddler how to swear on my conscience. Whatever. What are we even looking for anyways? Asked Katsuki. The reports from the entrance exam. Since it was only this morning, they shouldn't be too hard to find. What makes you think they even have them filed yet? They probably don't, but on the off chance that they do, we'll be able to see if I made it in. You're telling me that you had us break into UA on an off chance? Well, I mean, I was also really bored. You know how energetic I get, what with my quirk and all. You can't blame your poor decisions on your quirk. Hey, you decided to come with me. I really hate you. Sure you do. Now quit yapping and get to looking. Katsuki, wisely, decided to do just that. It didn't take long before he found a large manila folder labeled Entrance Exam Year 20XX. Hey dumbass, this what we looking for? Izuku limped over to Katsuki and took a look at the folder. I think so. You take one half and I'll take the other, he said as he split the papers and handed a large stack to Katsuki. Holy shit, this is a lot. To us. Even with the report limited to only a page per participant, there were several hundred sheets. This is due to the fact that both All Might and several other popular heroes were UA alumni, and as such most people considered UA to be the most prestigious hero school. It was still quite funny that so many students tried for UA, even though there were over a dozen hero schools across the country with excellent reviews as well. Luckily, between the two of them, it only took about 2 minutes and 46 seconds before Katsuki found his sheet. Hell yeah! First place speech. Wait, let me see. Izuku and Katsuki fumbled over the paper until Izuku finally pulled it from his grip. 77 points. Nice. Hold up. This says you tied for first. What? With who? It doesn't say. Katsuki started frantically tearing through the papers in both stacks looking for his mysterious rival. Who the F? He grumbled. This is kinda odd. Izuku jabbed at his paper. Says here you got 77 villain points and 0 rescue points. Does that mean you get points for rescuing people? Izuku gasped. Kaken. That means I might have got in after all. Katsuki had stopped sorting through the papers, having found what he was looking for. He clutched it. Single sheet tightly. No. No, it can't be. Did you find who you tied with? Orf. Katsuki threw the paper, which just drifted lazily through the air unsatisfactorily. He then pivoted on his feet and shook Izuku by the shoulders, his quirk active. Oh, watch it. These clothes are collectibles. You said you only got 15 points. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. Wait, he pried himself from Katsuki's grip and ran to the fallen paper. He turned it over to see his own green eyes staring back at him. Midoriya Izuku first place, tie. 17 villain points, 60 rescue points. Heck yeah. Izuku jumped excitedly. We're going to UA. Katsuki trembled with rage. I will not be beaten by a nerd like you. I didn't beat you. We tied. Izuku started rifling through the papers once more. Same thing. You're too competitive. I'm not competitive, I just want to win. That's what competitive means. Yeah, well, Katsuki stopped talking and stared at Izuku. What are you doing? We found our scores, let's get out of here. I'm trying to find Uraraka's score. Who? The girl I saved. She wasted a lot of her time looking for me after I got crushed. I'm trying to see if she still got enough points to get in. Izuku held up a piece of paper. Hey, It's the French dude. He got in too. The who? French dude. He complimented my glitter before the exam. Katsuki wrinkled his nose. Your blood glitter? Why would he do that? I dunno. He said it was high quality though. The hell does that mean? It's blood glitter. Izuku shrugged. I'm not really sure, but the French know their glitter, so it made me happy. You are so stupid. Hey, I found her. Izuku looked at Achiko's report as he ignored Katsuki. Good news. She made it in. Oh, third place too. What? Well, it's just she got 45 rescue points. Which is fine. It's just weird since, she kinda failed to rescue me. Thought that counts? Must be. That does seem like something Nedzu would do. Izuku moved the papers back into the folder as Katsuki picked up the sheets that had fallen to the ground in his rage. This was a whole lot easier than I imagined. Bit concerning actually. It would be really simple for some villains to stage a distraction and break into UA and go through some of these documents to figure out how to stage a mass attack without anyone being the wiser. The two boys didn't say anything for a moment, allowing the foreshadowing to sink in. Oh well. Izuku shrugged. Not my problem. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Whatever you say, nerd. Now let's get the hell out of here. Well, I guess we're not going back that way, said Katsuki, looking at the hole in the wall they had created that was now surrounded by several students and teachers. The teachers especially looked confused at the undesirable lack of wall in that one area. Izuku hummed, sounding slightly disappointed. Drats. I was afraid of this. You expected them to find it. Izuku shrugged. I knew there was a chance. Then you also made a plan to get out of here. Izuku stayed quiet. That you did, right? You do realize I had like 15 minutes and a bus ride to plan the entire successful infiltration of the #1 hero school, right? But that wasn't enough time to come up with a way out? Hissed Katsuki. Call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure the getting out part of an infiltration plan is kinda the most important part. Just give me a minute. I'll come up with something. Izuku put a hand to his temple in concentration. What? Like using your good leg to break another hole in the wall? I got it. That wasn't a suggestion, dumbass. No, we don't have to do anything like that, we just have to walk out. Katsuki slapped his head. Brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Seriously. We just have to go to the gate and walk out. We look like students and no one will bat an eye at two boys leaving school early for, say, a dentist appointment. Yeah, 'cause no one would wonder why we both have dentist appointments at the same time. I didn't say it was perfect. Katsuki paused and thought it over. You sure this will work? Won't us opening the gate alert the teachers? I don't want that rat face knowing we were here. Oh, I'm sure he already knows. What? Izuku laughed. You didn't think we broke into UA without anyone knowing, did you? He started to walk away, motioning for Katsuki to follow him to the gate. Is that not what's happening right now? Don't get me wrong, I'm flattered, but you can't honestly think that I'm smart enough to outwit the principal of UA, who literally has an intelligence quirk. Izuku's reaction made Katsuki feel stupid. He, like most people, did not like feeling stupid, so he decided to keep talking. Since his goal was to not feel stupid, this was in itself a stupid decision to make, considering that they both were aware that Izuku knew more about UA and its teachers than Katsuki did. He's a bit of a nerd, in case you've forgotten. Yeah. Well, then why the hell are we still here? Izuku shrugged. I dunno. If I had to guess, I'd say that Nedzu used his facial recognition technology and ran it through UA's database. He probably saw that we were the first place winners in the entrance exam and got curious as to what we were doing. He might have then watched us through the cameras as we went through the file and is possibly still watching us even now. Katsuki stared at his friend. What? It's just a guess. How would he know we were even here in the first place? No one else suspected us. Izuku laughed again. You're kidding, right? There's probably some detection tech at the gate that we tripped coming through. There are cameras all over this place. Izuku pointed to a few places as they walked. Katsuki couldn't see any cameras, but Izuku seemed fairly confident in his pointing. And there is a trail of blood marking our path through the school. Literally, not figuratively. He gestured to his bleeding leg. Katsuki looked down at it in surprise. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about that. We should probably fix that at some point. Not till we get back home. I don't want to push our luck by sticking around for an extra 5 minutes. You gonna just look like that for the entire bus ride? Why not? People will freak out. Maybe they should just mind their own business. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Fair enough. Izuku stopped in front of the gate. What now? How do we open it? You have to be kidding me. Katsuki growled. How's? Did you just expect we could open it from the inside? Jich, you are such an idiot. This is fine. This is totally fine. I can figure something else out, said Izuku, his voice a bit panicky. There must be a button or lever somewhere, right? You can break into you, no sweat, but this is what freaks you out? Shut up and let me think. I can't believe I let you convince me to do this. We're gonna get caught and then our careers as heroes will be over and we'll have to become vigilantes and run from the law, and All Might's gonna hate us. Personally, I don't know what Katsuki was so worried about. Becoming vigilantes sounds like an absolute blast. Unfortunately, that is not the route this story is going, as Izuku decided to cut off Katsuki with an idea. I got it. Kaken, throw me over the wall. On second thought, perhaps they will become vigilantes after all, because that was the dumbest idea ever. What? That's the dumbest idea ever, said Katsuki, just proving my point. Do you have a better idea? Literally anything would be better than. There was a click and the gate very slowly started to open. Yeah, I have a better idea, continued Katsuki. Let's just go out. Nedzu must have seen us struggling and decided to help us out. Katsuki shuddered. Can we please not talk about that creepy rat watching us? He looked over his shoulder warily. It makes me feel violated. You're fine, you big baby, said Izuku as he strolled out of UA and raised a hand to wave back at the building. So long, Nedzu. See you soon. Nedzu leaned back in his chair and watched through the security cameras as Izuku and Katsuki made their way across campus. He poured a fresh cup of tea as they spoke to Hato and chuckled as they broke into his filing office. His phone rang just as the two boys started arguing about tying for first place. Is this about the hole in the wall? Yeah. How did? Don't worry about it, I've got the situation under control. Nedzu hung up. The entire time his eyes never left the screen. The boys left the building and headed back towards the wall, finding the students and teachers now gathered around it. Now what will you do? Nedzu muttered to the empty room. The cameras outside weren't equipped with microphones, so the principal attempted to read Izuku and Katsuki's lips as they walked to the gate. It was quite difficult, even for someone as skilled at the art of lip reading as Nedzu. He actually had a medal he had won for lip reading a few years back in his closet, although that isn't very important. He managed to pick up the gist of the conversation and was pleasantly surprised to learn that Izuku had no illusions that his little excursion had gone unnoticed. His pleasantly surprisedness rose a few notches as the boy then went ahead to point out several, although admittedly not all, of his hidden cameras. Nedzu watched as the two tried to figure out how to surpass the gate. It was quite funny to watch the young boys struggle, but eventually, Nedzu took pity on them and opened the gate remotely. So long, Nedzu. See you soon. How very interesting. Nedzu made a mental note to warn Shota of his new problem children. Until then, he decided to look more into the two, absolutely giddy with the prospect of having these two as students in his school. What fun they would have. Izuku. It's here. Inko ran into his room waving a fancy envelope. Izuku fell out of his chair. My UA acceptance letter? He ran and grabbed it from his mother. Wow. It's heavier than I thought it would be. I'll leave you to it, Kay? His mother winked at him as she left. Good luck. She said this last part with a sly tone, mostly due to the fact that because of Izuku and Katsuki's little adventure to UA, they were all aware of exactly what this letter would say. Izuku fumbled with the seal of the envelope, finally ripping it apart, allowing the small disc to fall and roll across the floor. He cursed and dove after it. Before he grabbed it, the disc activated and a giant hologram was cast sideways atop his floor. Wow! Young Midoriya. All Might's voice boomed. This confused Izuku considering the letter was from UA and he was fairly certain All Might did not work at UA. He would have heard of such a thing if he did. Izuku picked up the hologram and set it on top of his desk as there was some unintelligible chatter from someone behind the camera of the hologram. What do you mean wrong camera? What? Well, why didn't you say so? All Might turned to face the camera that was projecting the hologram. Why even have two cameras if you're just using one of them? What a hassle. He grumbled. All Might? This is just a recording so I can't hear you. Oh, of course. Not that it matters considering I'll see a lot more of you since I'll be teaching at UA this year. It turned out that he was not aware of his idol mentor, he wasn't quite sure about the exact terms of their relationship, becoming a teacher at his go-to school. The same school he had broken into just a week prior. Izuku wondered if that meant All Might could give him detention if he found out about that whole escapade. He decided to play it safe and not tell him just in case. But enough about that, congratulations. You passed the written test with flying colors. As for the practical, well, just watch the screen. Izuku watched the recording of a recording in which Achiko approached Present Mike and asked for some of her points to be awarded to Izuku. If his eyes became a little wet, well, no one was there to say anything. Because of your selflessness. I'm sorry to cut All Might off, but I'd like to point out that this is not totally true. Since Izuku couldn't die, it wasn't really selflessness that drove him. Mind you, I have no idea what it was that drove him, but I figured I'd just remind you that he's immortal. Just in case you'd forgotten. You've been awarded 60 rescue points. Oh, and Uraraka got 45 as well, for some reason. Anyways, with that, your total points come to 77, a tie for first place. All Might leaned in closer to the camera. And fair warning, you tied with young Bakugo. So I'd find a bomb shelter before he realizes that if I were you. I can't imagine he'll be too happy with you. Izuku remembered his reaction when they broke into UA. All Might was right. Katsuki was not very happy. Meaning that you passed, kid? All Might said, stepping back. This is your hero academia. The hologram winked out. Izuku was crying so much he almost missed the hologram turning back on. Huh. The new video showed Nedzu sitting in a much too large chair in his office. Hello, Midoriya. Hello. Nedzu chuckled. This is still a recording. Oh, whoops. Don't be embarrassed. It's perfectly understandable. Izuku thought it was odd how perfectly Nedzu was reacting to him, even down to the very timing of his chuckles. He was pretty sure it was actually a recording, which meant that Nedzu must have based his speech purely on what he knew about Izuku. This was not a very comfortable thought to think, so Izuku decided to ignore it for now and focus on what Nedzu was saying. This extra recording is, of course, about you and Bakugo's little adventure from a week ago. Don't worry. I'm not about to berate you, quite the opposite. In fact, I'm rather amazed at how you executed it. The very fact that you had the guts to do it, knowing I'd find out, is enough to pique my interest. Izuku let out a little sigh of relief at that. I do hope you don't mind, Nedzu continued. You see, I was simply so curious that I took it upon myself to look into you and Bakugo. That small breath of relief Izuku had taken now came back full force as he found himself choking on air. He almost missed the next bit as his body tried to punish him for breathing so fast by making him cough. That being said, I found some very interesting things. Izuku grasped his chair tightly, worried about what the principal had found. Perhaps he knew about Izuku's quirk, or his relationship with All Might, or maybe he even knew about the accidental avocado explosion, or as all involved now refer to as the disaster. He hoped it wasn't the accidental avocado explosion. That would really make for a terrible first impression. The most intriguing thing I found was some old documents by your quirk doctor from when you were 5. Nedzu leaned towards the camera. You have the most fascinating quirk. I understand your reasoning for keeping it quiet, and I have no intentions of telling anyone. He chuckled. It will be more fun to see if your teachers and classmates can figure it out on their own anyway. Even though he was now slightly terrified that the notoriously genius principal was aware of his immortality, Izuku couldn't help but agree that confusing the rest of his class would be a definite plus to keeping quiet about his quirk. But I feel certain that you and Bakugo will excel in UA, and I hope that I as your principal can help you grow into a successor worthy of the #1 hero. And it seemed that said principal also knew about One for All. I am so very excited to see what you do during your time here, and there's not a doubt in my mind that you will go far. This is your hero Academia Midoriya, welcome to UA. Izuku sunk in his seat as the hologram flickered off once more. Suddenly it turned back on, showing Nedzu grinning slyly at the camera. One last thing, his grin widened. No avocados in class, please. The picture dimmed again, this time for good. Izuku simply gaped at the empty space. He knew. He knew everything. There were only a few weeks till school started back up once more and Shota got a new batch of chaos children. As such he was preparing the best way he knew. Napping. So it was that he was in the middle of a very pleasant dream in which he did not have to deal with overpowered teenagers on a daily basis, but was instead a respectable accountant, when his ringing phone woke him up. Because Shota was not a fan of ringing phones, he had most people silenced. This meant that if he could hear it, then the call was most likely important. What? He grumbled into the phone. You sound quite tired, Aizawa. I do hope I didn't wake you. Shota groaned inwardly at the sound of his boss's voice. It's fine. What do you need? I don't necessarily need anything, I just thought I'd offer you a warning. A warning? You see, recently it came to my attention that a couple of your students for this year are a bit enthusiastic. What's that supposed to mean? They're, as you would say, problem children. I just wanted to give you a heads up so that you'll have time to prepare yourself. This was a lie. Nedzu's only reason for calling was to mess with Shota. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure even you'd agree that they have enormous potential, they're just a little volatile. Partially a result of their quirks, but also just their personality, I think. Are you purposely being as vague as possible? What did they even do? Oh, nothing much, just some minor infiltration. What? Among other things. Shota sighed, well aware that Nedzu was trying to annoy him, and also aware that it was working. The least you could do would be to tell me their names. You know, I don't think I will. I doubt you'll find it too difficult to figure it out yourself, and I'd really hate to spoil the surprise. Nedzu. Goodbye, Aizawa. See you in a few weeks. Shota slumped back into his bed, throwing the now silent phone onto the pillow next to him. What was even the point of calling if he wasn't going to give me any information? He grumbled. This was a rhetorical question. Both because Shota already knew the answer and because he was not expecting a response. Had he received one, I have no doubt he would be extremely unnerved considering there was no one aside from himself in the house. And his cat. But his cat was, unlike Nedzu, not a talking animal. She also did not care about Shota's troubles with his boss and the promise of problem children. As for the reason for Nedzu calling, the answer was of course that the principal delighted in confusing people with a passion that rivaled even Izuku. And truly Nedzu was giddy at the prospect of seeing Shota attempt to teach the lively bundle of chaos that was Izuku Midoriya. As for Shota, he found himself dreading teaching Izuku. Not that he knew that he would be teaching Izuku, nor did he even know who Izuku was, but he found himself dreading it regardless. Rightfully so, I would say. The first day of school. That desk is meant for school-related materials only. Please remove your feet from atop its surface as this unseemly behavior of yours is acting as disturbance for the rest of the class. Tenya chopped his arms through the air to emphasize his point. Katsuki glared at him with unhidden contempt. Who shoved a stick up your butt? Sides, I'll have you know I made it into this school too, therefore my feet are technically school-related materials. Now F off ya 2-bit extra. Tenya sputtered at the unrestricted profanity. Kaken, stop being a smartass, said Izuku as he dropped his bag on the desk behind Katsuki. He then turned to face Tenya. Apologies for my friend here, Kaken has the social skills of a toddler and no regard for basic decency. He glared at Katsuki. Shut up, dumbass. Stop acting like a barbarian and take your feet off the desk. Katsuki gasped. You're taking this privileged a-hole's side? Well, excuse me, started Tenya. Shut it, nerd, Katsuki snapped at him. I know that look. You think you're even better than me. Well, I have news for you, Mr. Elite. Izuku groaned and cut Katsuki off. This again? Not everyone thinks they're better than you. Just be civil for once in your life and at least try to act respectful. Effing you make me. As if he had been waiting for those words, Izuku rolled up his sleeves and gave a feral grin before launching himself at Katsuki. This is not proper conduct. Tenya looked ready to start vibrating from the stress of the situation. The two boys wrestled, attracting the attention of the rest of the class, as Izuku struggled to push Katsuki's legs off the desk, who in turn was trying to push Izuku off of himself. Let go of me, you maniac. Not till you show some respect. Achiko chose that moment to bounce through the door. Oh, hi, Midoriya. She then took a moment to fully comprehend the situation before her. Bad time? Hi, Uraraka, he said as he tugged on Katsuki's foot. This turned out to be a bad idea as there was a shoe attached to the foot. After a moment of tugging, there was no longer a shoe attached as it flew off and soared halfway across the room, narrowly missing Koji, who let out a squeak of surprise. Sorry, let me just take care of this real quick. What's happening? Achiko leaned over to ask Tenya. I believe they are fighting. Why? You JRK? Leave me alone, yelled Katsuki as he shoved an elbow into Izuku's face. I will as soon as you. The desk, having had far too much of this nonsense, decided to see itself out by tipping over under the strain of the two boys and falling to the ground with a loud crash. Now look what you've done, Kaken. This wouldn't have happened if you weren't climbing on me like a monkey. Not my fault that you only learn through physical violence. I'll show you physical violence. Not only did he proceed to show Izuku physical violence, a lesson that was not necessary considering how accustomed Izuku already was with the concept, but the entire class had front row seats to the Izuku and Katsuki show as the two wove their way around, and often through, the desks and chairs. You're so immature, Kaken. Should we stop them? Asked Momo quietly. I don't know if we can. They look pretty intense, responded Ejiro. It was at that moment Shota walked into the room, shedding his customary sleeping bag like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. He thought upon seeing the entire class circling the two boys who were at that very moment seemingly attempting to kill each other, or at least cause the maximum possible amount of pain. These must be the two Nedzu warned me about. Oh dear. Well, if you weren't such a stubborn butt. Explode your FNG face, maniac. Ahem. Shota loudly cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the entire class including Izuku and Katsuki. Ah shit, cursed Katsuki. Now, Shota started before being cut off by a squeal from Izuku who had just seen the teacher. Eraserhead. Shota wasn't expecting to be recognized. Typically, his status as an underground hero kept him out of the public eye, which was exactly how he liked it. Still, he refused to show any surprise and instead simply nodded. Eraserhead is my. You know this hobo? Katsuki asked Izuku, interrupting Shota once again. Shota glared at the boy and activated his quirk, his red eyes glowing threateningly. It wasn't necessary. Izuku had already shushed him loudly and Katsuki recoiled before rolling his eyes. Geez. Sorry. The way he said it implied that Katsuki was actually not sorry, not even a little bit, but Shota decided to let it slide. As I was saying, I am Shoyuda Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. He turned to stare at Izuku, also known as Pro Hero Eraserhead. There was quite a bit of whispering following that declaration. The loudest was of course Katsuki announcing his disbelief that a washed-up stiff like that could possibly be a hero, followed by Izuku's rambling mutters that were only comprehensible to himself. Even Katsuki, having known the boy for his entire life, was only able to catch about 1 in 7 words. This was not very useful as it's very difficult to understand a one-sided conversation when 6/7 of the sentence are unintelligible. Shota sighed. 12 seconds into knowing these two and he was already mentally weighing the pros and cons of retirement. Quiet please. The class compiled. Your gym uniforms are in that box right there. He gestured to the front of the room. You have 10 minutes to get changed and meet me at the testing grounds. Do not be late. And with that Shota did a 180 and walked out of the classroom as the children scrambled madly to find their outfits in his peripheral vision. He wondered if it was too late to beg Nedzu for a raise. Shota found his will to live shrinking exponentially throughout the testing. There were many reasons for this. Partially it was because Katsuki was constantly declaring his superiority and how he was going to beat Izuku with a confidence that was, if I am to be honest, downright terrifying. There was also the slight issue of Izuku himself. That's a lie. Izuku was the main issue, nothing slight about it. Shota suspected that would be the case in most situations. The boy seemed to sacrifice his limbs the same way one might throw out old leftovers, without concern and with only minimal deliberation. If I use my left leg for the long jump, then it will be harder to run the 50 weight. I could just use my right and jump the whole thing, but then my sideways jump score will be trash. I can dislocate my back for the toe touch to make up for it though, and then my left hand for the grip strength and my right for the softball throw. Yeah, that should work. Shota struggled to hear Izuku's mutters, and even after getting closer he doubted he had heard correctly, until he watched with his own 2 eyes as Izuku passed each test with both flying colors and broken bones. It still took several minutes for Shota's brain to catch up to his eyes. Halfway through the testing, Izuku was already limping with 2 broken legs and what appeared to be a completely shattered left hand. And yet the child wore his broken body with an unexpected confidence, showing no sign of pain whatsoever. Even Shota looked to Katsuki. He saw that he also acted like it was totally normal that his friend was completely broken, only stopping to tell him how he was definitely going to beat him. The rest of the class seemed quite baffled upon watching Izuku as well. However, they considered the fact that one of their classmates had both a bird head and a sentient shadow while another was quite literally invisible and decided that a boy who broke all his bones in a burst of super strength wasn't that weird. This reasoning did not help Showa from feeling that the entire situation was extremely confusing. He later internally blamed this confusion for causing him to have an idea which in hindsight was perhaps not entirely smart. In his defense, he was only aware that Izuku had a strength quirk as his file did not list any specifics such as his inability to feel pain or the healing aspect of his quirk. This meant that Shota was privy to only the knowledge that his student was knowingly breaking his own body in order to pass what should have been a very simple placement test. Still, using his quirk on the boy was perhaps one of the worst things he could have done. But let me reiterate that Shota should not be blamed for what followed. In his mind, he was simply doing what was the sanest option in an insane situation, stopping his student from shattering his one remaining arm during the ball throw, which I'm sure we can all agree is an admirable goal for a teacher to have. Now the simple fact was that Izuku was now in possession of 2 separate quirks, Adrenaline Rush and One for All. While technically speaking the 2 had merged to become Hysterical Strength, Izuku still thought of them as separate. Perhaps that is why Shota was only able to erase one of them as he activated his quirk. Izuku threw the ball with literal superhuman strength as he activated One for All. Unfortunately, he did so only a fraction of a second after Shota activated his quirk in an attempt to stop Izuku from hurting himself more. This decision actually had the opposite effect of the Shota's desire, and suddenly erased the effectiveness of Adrenaline Rush, which left Izuku with 4 broken limbs and the feeling of excruciating pain for the first time in a decade. This, as you can imagine, was not entirely pleasant, and Izuku reacted in the typical manner for those in immense agony. He screamed. The scream was loud and long and continued even as Izuku collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. It suddenly dissolved into a long string of garbled half-profanities and whimpers. Realizing that something was very wrong, Shota immediately blinked, stopping his quirk. This was actually mostly an instinctual action as inwardly he was freaking out as he realized he had just killed a kid. He hadn't. And even if he had, it wouldn't really be that big of a deal. After all, Izuku is immortal. Although on that note, it remains to be seen if he would actually come back to life if he was to die while Shota had his quirk active. Forgive me for not wanting to test that. As soon as his quirk cut off, the screaming did too. So that's pain. But what a rush. Izuku jumped to his feet, seemingly back to normal. His smile faltered a bit. I don't think I actually like that. The hell happened? Yelled Katsuki. He sounded quite angry, but in actuality, he was simply concerned. It is very easy to mix up these emotions with Katsuki, as to an outsider there is no discernible difference. Shota was still rather shocked at the unexpected situation, a common symptom of Izuku's trademarked teacher trauma, and made no move to explain. Luckily Izuku jumped in right away to answer. That's Eraserhead's quirk. Isn't it cool? It was even able to override my quirk's pain suppressors. The last end of his sentence was directed at Shota. The teacher realized that Izuku was trying to help him by offering an explanation for his reaction. It made sense. A pain-suppressant aspect of his quirk explained why he hadn't seemed to mind getting injured. Still, Shota felt the need to address Izuku's insanity. Your approach to this testing is illogical. Do you intend to become incapacitated and have someone save you? Mr. Aizawa, sir, I'm simply trying to show you what I can do. Also, as a part of my quirk, I can heal myself when I need to. That wasn't on your file. And it really should have been, thought Shota. He was going to have a talk with whoever decided that it would be a good idea to ignore that crucial information and nearly cause him to have a heart attack. Izuku shrugged. Well, I don't really need to worry too much about being safe or taking it easy because thanks to my quirk there's not much of a downside to going full on plus ultra all the time. Shota did not have a proper rebuttal to this, and still being a little rattled as it was, he simply sighed and put a hand to his temple. Fair enough. How? Bakugo screamed and launched himself at Midoriya upon seeing the scoreboard. Aizawa, having expected this reaction and knowing how it would turn out, had his capture weapon at the ready and used it to restrain the explosive boy. There will be no murder today. Bakugo squirmed against his bonds, desperately attempting to reach Midoriya. The funny thing was, neither of them got first place. That honor belonged to Todoroki. But the slight difference between third place and fourth was enough to make Bakugo explode, literally, with anger. In your face. Midoriya taunted, only angering Bakugo more. Midoriya, I would greatly appreciate it if you do not provoke the exploding child. But it's fun. No, Aizawa sighed and turned to the rest of the class. Also, I was lying about expelling someone. Only because Hagakure got last instead of Mineta. He thought. Oh well, I'm sure there will be plenty more chances to expel him. Just a logical ruse, he continued, to the chagrin of the class. Anyways, we're done here. Get to lunch. Go on without me, I got to take care of this. Midoriya waved a broken arm at Bakugo. Save me a spot. Yeah, sure, whatever. Bakugo looked at his arm with disgust. Just make it quick, I don't want to hang around with these nerds for very long. Does poor Kaken not want to make friends? Midoriya mocked. You better effing hurry before I decide to speed along the process myself. He growled. Midoriya simply laughed before skipping off to find a bathroom in which to kill himself. Hey! Bakugo turned his head to see Uraraka waving him over. It wasn't like he wanted to go sit by her, it was simply out of convenience and the lack of empty tables. Still, he found himself carrying his tray over to where she and Ida were sitting. The hell do you want, roundface? Uraraka, she corrected, unfazed. And you're Kaken, right? She wiggled an eyebrow mischievously. Shut up, stupid roundface dash. Uraraka. Can't call me that. Language. Ida interjected. But isn't that what Midoriya called you? She asked, feigning ignorance. That he dash Bakugo sputtered. He doesn't count. Oh. Uraraka put a hand to her mouth. Don't tell me, is he your boyfriend? Bakugo scrunched his face up in utter disgust. EW. Hell no. That would. Why are you laughing at me, Beach? Uraraka was in fact laughing to the point of choking on the sip of water she had unwisely taken only moments after asking. This was because Bakugo's expression was like that of someone who had been expecting a mouthful of water but was instead treated to the taste of spoiled milk. With a bug in it. Sorry. Uraraka struggled to regain control of her lungs. I'll stop messing with you now, I swear. That would be advisable. Ida said. It is not very heroic to mock your friends. Who said I'm friends with you, Prissy Bisudi? Bakugo sneered. Ida's jaw dropped. Why you dash? So. Uraraka intercepted. Where is Midoriya? I thought he'd be with you. Nerd had to go clean up from the testing. His quirk has a healing aspect, doesn't it? Good thing too, I remember watching him get crushed in the entrance exam, I thought he was dead for sure. She gasped. Wait. You're the exploding demon he was talking about. Bakugu rolled his eyes. Anyways, you didn't seem too concerned about his injuries. Does that happen a lot? Way too effing often, Bakugu muttered. How does his quirk work? Ida asked, having recovered from his profanity-induced shock. I haven't seen him heal himself, so I assume there is some kind of prerequisite needed, but I am unsure as to what. Why am I even talking to you extras? Bakugu asked, dodging the question. 'Cause Midoriya's not here and you're bored, Uraraka said. It was completely true and he knew it, but Bakugu being Bakugu, there was no way he would admit it. He was unable to think of a clever rebuttal, which, while uncommon, was not necessarily unheard of for Bakugu. Shut up. He eventually grumbled. She did not. Meanwhile, Midoriya had finally found a bathroom. He set his bag on the counter and began to dig around in it. Probably no knife, don't want too much blood, he muttered to himself. I could probably just break my neck. No. That would look like foul play if anyone walked in before I was done. You see, Midoriya was ill-prepared to reset at school. In the past he had just dealt with his injuries or, if they were bad enough, called his mother to take him home. This was no longer an option as he was well aware that he would most likely continue to sustain huge injuries and need to take care of them at school. He had, however, prepared a vast array of materials that would be great for killing himself. Unfortunately, the majority of them would be quite messy as well as being more or less illegal. Heck yeah, he said after finding a little baggie with several small pills. I didn't think I had any left. Midoriya was holding a quick-acting poison, the acquiration of which is a story for another time, that was incredibly lethal. He would know. Down the hatch. While it was lunch for the students, the teachers also had their own break. This was good as Aizawa sorely needed the rest. He also, as is with most humans, needed to use the bathroom. Now while there was a staff-only restroom near their offices, it was clear across the school and Aizawa had no intentions to walk that far when the restrooms near the cafeteria were perfectly usable. This was a reasonable intent with only one problem. Midoriya was in that restroom. This meant that Aizawa pulled open the door to see his students spasming on the bathroom floor right in front of the stalls while a thick white foam poured from his mouth. Which, as you can imagine, was not exactly a pretty sight. Nor was it a wanted sight or an expected sight. It was, at least for Aizawa, incredibly disturbing. Nope. Now while the reasonable response would most likely be to check and make sure that Midoriya was okay, Aizawa was on his last straw as it was. So it was that he simply left the now unconscious boy, turned around, and closed the door. He then proceeded to make his way to the staff bathroom after deciding it was probably worth the extra walk. For the rest of his break, he tried his best to forget about what he had seen. He did not. Izuku, these extras are harassing me. Good for them. You could use a good harassing, said Midoriya as he sat down in between Uraraka and Bakugu a few minutes after recovering from his death. What the F dash? Don't take their side a-hole. Thank you for keeping an eye on him, Midoriya said to Uraraka, blatantly ignoring Bakugu. I know he can be a handful. I do hope he didn't bite anyone. He reached over to ruffle Bakugu's hair. Hey, cut that out, dipshit. Bakugu violently ripped Midoriya's hand away. Damn it. You got your effing glitter in my food. Deal with it. Uraraka giggled. I think he was about ready to kill Ida, but other than that dash. I simply corrected his poor grammar, Ida interjected. I'll correct your face. It's your not your, Ida said. The F, does that even mean? The banter did not stop for the remainder of lunch. In fact, Bakugu continued to yell up till the start of class. It was fun, Midoriya decided. For quite some time it had been just him and Bakugu and the occasional lackey who was drawn in by Bakugu's confidence. They never stayed for long. Uraraka seemed far less shy now that he had gotten to know her, and Ida, as stuck up as he might have been, was just as stubborn as Bakugu, which made for an entertaining duo. The rest of the afternoon progressed smoothly. They met their other teachers, each one subjected to Midoriya's constant fanboying, and began to settle in as they became familiar with the school and their classmates. The day ended with Aizawa returning for the last 10 minutes, just in time to stop Bakugu from blowing up Ida, who had corrected his grammar once again. Specifically, he was attempting to explain the difference between two and two, the auditory distinguishment of which is only possible to those aware of the fourth wall. Upon using his quirk, it was brought to Aizawa's attention that several students had been under the impression that his quirk was excruciating pain causer, and that the name Eraserhead referred to, as Kaminari put it, "You erase the things in our head that say no pain." This came as a surprise for Midoriya, as he assumed it would only be obvious what their teacher's quirk was after seeing it in action that morning. It was not. You see, the only thing the students had seen was Midoriya falling to the ground in agony, him explaining it away by saying it was Aizawa's quirk, and then providing a vague explanation on how he hadn't felt pain since his quirk came, and so he was slightly unprepared. As you can imagine, the obvious conclusion from this would be the one that nearly 75% of the class came to, that their teacher was somehow allowed to literally torture his students using his quirk. But I digress. Eventually, the students began to file out, presumably so that they could go home and prepare for the next day. Midoriya and Bakugu were about to follow suit until Aizawa stopped them. "Midoriya, I'd like to talk to you for a bit." Now Midoriya was no stranger to being held after class. You may even recall that talking to his former teacher was actually how he came into contact with the sludge villain. Luckily, he hadn't developed a talking to teachers after class phobia from that event, so he was perfectly content to tell Bakugu to go on without him. "You're always ditching me, loser," Bakugu grumbled. "Does little Kakin need help walking home?" Midoriya said in a babying tone. "If you, I'll come to your house after, 'kay? Be fast." The hag's making katsudon. Midoriya's face brightened. "Heck yeah, I'll be there." Aizawa motioned for Midoriya to take a seat before he pulled up a chair himself. "First, I must apologize for this morning. I had no idea your quirk would react that way. I was simply afraid of you injuring yourself beyond repair. I am glad to see that you're back to normal now. No biggie. My healing and pain tolerance isn't in my quirk description, so I can see how you were confused." Midoriya waved away his teacher's concern, which is a serious oversight in itself. "Only sometimes." Aizawa shook his head. "As long as you're okay, I suppose." Midoriya bounced in his seat, which, in a way, proved his okayness. "The second thing I wanted to discuss is your hero costume." He pulled out a sheet of paper showing the official blueprint for the design he and Bakugu had decided on nearly 6 weeks prior. I apologize for interrupting the scene with Aizawa, as I'm sure you would find it absolutely hilarious. However, I feel it necessary to commence a slight flashback so that you might know exactly how the design for Midoriya's costume came to fruition. As such, I will now turn your attention to roughly a month and a half before the first day of school, specifically to the moment in which Midoriya was showing his friend his costume plan. "It's trash," said Bakugu as he examined Midoriya's sketch. "What? I thought it looked good." Bakugu scoffed. "Not even a little bit. The colors are all wrong, the style is so unflattering, and don't get me started on that train wreck of a face covering." "Yeah, well, what do you know about fashion anyway?" "I think it looks great. Aizu, my parents are literally designers. I think I know a thing or two about style." "Fine then. How would you do it?" Midoriya crossed his arms. Bakugu whipped out a pencil and began to scribble over the design. "Oi!" Midoriya squeaked. "First, out with that hoodie. It looks like a shitty Easter Bunny cosplay." "I thought it was cool. For a 5-year-old maybe, but this will be your costume for the rest of your life, and I am not gonna let you go looking like a green All Might wannabe." "Ouch. The color coordination is all wrong. Without the hoodie, you'll look like a stick of boiled broccoli. Why on earth did you put so much green?" "I dunno," Midoriya rolled his eyes. "Maybe 'cause it's like my color? So you use it as an accent. Here." Bakugu added a few notes to the drawing. "Switch the black and green. The black won't stand out as much for stealth missions, and then the green just adds to the overall design." "That's not actually half bad. That's what you get for doubting me, dumbass. Any other suggestions?" Bakugu grinned wickedly. Should I be concerned? Hell no. You should be thankful." He turned his attention back to the paper and began to fix it once more at a frantic rate that matched his tone. Out with the shoulder pads, literally why? Well, I thought don't care. Mouthguard thing also has to go. No need for some demented smile thing that does absolutely nothing. Hold up. Midoriya interjected. I need something for my face. No, you don't. Wah, but even you have a mask. Listen closely, Aizu, cause I'm only going to say this once. You don't need a mask. What? Shut up. The only benefit to a mask is to keep your identity safe, stylistic preference, and to intimidate villains. Bakugo held up a finger to emphasize each point. You're FNG immortal and I know you don't care about style, so that's out, and you don't need to worry about the rest. Wait, what do you mean? Bakugo groaned. Are you really gonna make me spell this out for you? But think at this point clarification is necessary, yes. You can already be intimidating when you want to. You don't need a mask for that. Not that this stupid smile mouthguard would accomplish that anyways. What? Kaken, I am most definitely not intimidating. Well, not typically. Bakugo threw his hands in the air. But like, sometimes when you're sad or something you get all threatening and it's FING freaky. You like smile really wide and you kinda look like you want to eat someone, and sometimes it's during a fight so there's just like blood trickling down your face. It's seriously messed up. Midoriya blinked. Kaken, was that an attempt at a compliment? I would like to interrupt and say that typically calling a person's face, and I quote, FING freaky, is not normally regarded as a compliment, but as it is Bakugo we are talking about, that's about as close as he gets. Hell no. I'm just proving my point. Got it? So no mask. Exactly. But you think my face is intimidating? I'm moving on. Yeah, alright, that's fair. These gloves are dumb. Do you want to look like a FING hedgehog? What? Midoriya asked, confused as most people would be, on how having gloves could in any way, shape, or form warrant being compared to a hedgehog. Sonic. Keep up, Bakugo said. Make them fitted and a little longer, halfway to your elbows. And put some knuckle dusters in them too, to give you punches a little zest. I must correct Bakugo, as zest was perhaps not the best word to use in this situation. Rather, one could use blood, pain, or if you're feeling adventurous, both physical and mental turmoil. This is because these are all perfectly reasonable products of knuckle dusters, whereas zest is not. Okay. Colors still SCK. Make them red like your shoes. Are you done yet? Nope. Maybe if you hadn't had such a shitty design in the first place I wouldn't have to change so much. Midoriya sighed. Fine. Just hurry up, would ya? Gotta get rid of the sleeves too. Say what? Oh please, I've seen you punch with one for all. Do you really think that any sleeves would survive that? Hey, you just want me to match you. So? It only makes sense that the top two heroes will have similar costumes. No, it doesn't. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, although I'm flattered that you'd be willing to match the number one hero. That takes a lot of confidence. You dumbass. I'm going to be the number one hero. Sure you are. Bakugo growled and pushed his chair back. I'll show you. Can't we have this fight after my costume is done? Fine. But this is not over. Midoriya looked down at the edited sketch. Actually, I think it looks pretty good right now. Are we done? No. Bakugo stared at the paper as it had personally offended him. It's still missing something. Well, you're the fashionista here. I got it. Bakugo yelled, ignoring Midoriya's jab. Do you have a gold pen? Yeah. Give it. Midoriya complied. Bakugo drew atop the sketch, adding a gold stripe to each glove, gold buttons on his red utility belt, and gold laces on his boots. Perfect. Oh, I like that actually quite a bit. What did IFNG tell you? Now if that wasn't a costume worthy of a hero, then I don't know what is. The number one hero. Why you? Bakugo yelled as he launched himself at Midoriya. Luckily the sketch managed to survive the encounter by some turn of fate, and thus Midoriya's outfit was decided. Now that the flashback has concluded, I will now direct you back to the normal timeline. which is, in case you have forgotten, approximately 17 minutes after the first day of school had officially ended. Perhaps you will recall that Aizawa was in the middle of a conversation with Midoriya, the first half of which had pertained to his quirk and the unfortunate lack of info in his file. If you did not recall this, then I hope you do now, seeing as how I just told you. The second thing I wanted to discuss is your hero costume, Aizawa said. Oh, I think I might know what the issue is. Thank goodness. I was worried that you were just going to go ahead with this without talking about it with the teacher. Midoriya laughed. Definitely not my intention. I just totally spaced the fact that I should probably see what your thoughts are before we actually have to use costumes tomorrow. I think that would be wise. Super wise. The two sat in silence for a moment, neither knowing how to start the topic. Now, fun fact, both Midoriya and Aizawa were aware of the fact that they both were thinking of the same thing, but neither was aware that this awareness was actually false and that they were in fact thinking of entirely different things. However, this did mean that they were still better off than you are now, not being aware of either thing they were thinking about. I know, of course, but seeing as how I haven't told you yet, it is impossible for you to know. You are most likely wondering why I haven't done that by now. The answer is something called suspense. It is a feeling that one gets after being led on and expecting to receive some form of a conclusion, and you might be feeling it right now. I do, however, understand how such dramatic effects can be considered to be quite annoying, and I despise being seen as rude, so I will now continue this retelling and hope that you do not hate me now. So, Midoriya said awkwardly after a moment. I guess I was hoping you'd be okay with how my costume was actually sewn by my mother. Obviously, I'll eventually have to get a school-supported designer to redo it with high-quality material, but I was hoping I'll be able to wear it for the time being. Wait, you're worried about being able to wear the costume your mother made? Yes. Midoriya, that is not what I needed to talk to you about. No? That's good, I really wanted to wear it, and wait, not good. What did you want to talk to me about? Midoriya said in confusion. Well, it's really not a problem that your mother made it, no, I wanted to talk to you about the equipment you asked the support course for. Oh. Ironically, was all that Aizawa had said upon seeing the list himself. I have a few issues with some of the things. Aizawa looked back at the paper and cleared his throat. Let's start with this one. A razor in the collar of the outfit which, and I quote, can fly into my jugular when I push one button or fly out at my enemies if I push a different button. Aizawa looked at Midoriya, who shifted awkwardly in his seat. Why? Using it on villains, okay, I can see that, but why on earth would you have an option for it to go into your own throat? Well, you see, I can't feel pain. Yes, I am painfully aware of that fact. However, that does not answer my question. What if you hit the wrong button by accident? I can assure you that I would be fine. You would die. Midoriya shrugged. This was very concerning to Aizawa, who did not like the implications of a student shrugging after being told they would die. He decided to just ignore that and continue. And that's not it. Cyanide pills in the pocket of your utility belt? What do you even plan on doing with those? Shove them down the throats of villains? Because that would be very, very difficult and also very, very illegal. I have no plans to give them to villains, Midoriya answered. Then who dash? Me. What? Any other issues, or is that all? Is that all the... Of course, there's more. All right, let's hear it. Wiring in the interior of the costume that essentially makes you into a human taser? So that when I touch the villains they'll get electrocuted. Midoriya said happily. He was actually quite proud of that one. Yes, but so will you. Can't feel pain, Midoriya reminded. But dash. Can't feel pain. Aizawa sighed. And then, a gun? Really, Midoriya? You really want a gun? Yes. No. Midoriya rolled his eyes. Snipe gets one. Why can't I have one? It's part of his quirk. Mine too, Midoriya muttered. What? So my healing. I can do it, but there are certain requirements. Do I want to know? Midoriya pointed at the paper. Gun. 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 Aizawa did not know how to respond to this, so he simply moved on. A canister of knockout gas. He raised his eyebrow. Which, while it might be useful against villains, I feel the need to reiterate that it would also affect you. Oh, that one I actually have a good reason for, Midoriya said excitedly. I can't pass out. What? Aizawa said. I literally saw your unconscious body during lunch. Midoriya thought back to that day's lunch in which he had killed himself in a public bathroom. Oh, you saw that? Yeah, I saw that. Well, I can promise you that I was not unconscious, Midoriya answered honestly. Then what dash? Anyways, it's already been approved, so I don't think you can do anything about it. Who the hell approved this? All Might. Of course. Aizawa buried his head in his hands. Why wouldn't he? He looked back at Midoriya. Please tell me you at least have good insurance so the school doesn't have to pay for your inevitable demise. Actually, most insurance companies stopped working with us a few years back. Why am I not surprised? That's only rational. Yeah, something about too much collateral damage. But it's fine. My mom's a lawyer, so it's not a problem. Too much collateral? You know what? I don't want to know. Can I go now? I'm going to the Bakugus for dinner. Please. Aizawa waved a hand. Just leave. Midoriya did. Nedzu, I'm going to die, Aizawa said as he walked into the principal's office without so much as knocking, which was very impolite but also understandable considering the situation. I am quite literally going to die. I take it you've acquainted yourself with Midoriya? He can't feel pain. I'm aware. And you didn't think to tell me? You found out eventually, didn't you? Yes, after using my quirk on him and causing half the class to think I had the ability to cause excruciating pain at any given moment. Keep them on their toes, I always say, Nedzu said. He attacked another student. He and Bakugu are on good terms. I'm sure no real harm was intended. He broke over a dozen bones just today. And healed all of them as well. He wants a gun, Aizawa was nearly pleading. I've already verified his permit. He passed out in the bathroom and was foaming at the mouth? Yes, about that, why didn't you check to make sure that he was okay? Nedzu, of course, was well aware of the events that transpired earlier that day because of his constant monitoring of the cameras. He also was not concerned considering he knew about Midoriya's quirk, but it was still a little strange to watch the teacher simply leave the dying boy. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Please. This is a crackfic, even I can't be rational all the time. The two sat in silence following Aizawa's declaration. Finally, he spoke up once more. Can I get a raise? The principal dissolved into a mess of maniacal laughter. The crazed sounds stopped abruptly as Nedzu looked up and stared directly into Aizawa's eyes. No. Second day of school. I am here. To educate the future generation. Oh my goodness, it's All Might. Midoriya squealed. Bakugu turned in his chair to look at him. What the hell? You already knew he was going to teach here? Yeah, but I forgot, Midoriya said. Bakugu groaned exasperatedly. What? It's been a long week. Hurry and get into your costumes. Today you learn how to become a hero. All Might said. It is now time for some, All Might looked down at a note written on his hand. Indoor anti-personal battle training. Air, anti-personnel. I hope that it will be very personal. He laughed. No one else did. This was because it was not a very funny joke and people typically only laugh at things they think are funny. All Might coughed. Well then, I'll, separate you into teams of 2. He then proceeded to do just that, drawing names from a small box that he just had for some reason. Heck yeah. You ready to do this, Uraraka? Uraraka gave Midoriya a high five. We're gonna crush them. Crush them to dust. The two continued to increase in volume as they got pumped up. Meanwhile, Bakugu was looking at his partner in disdain. Here's the plan, glasses. You do what I say. Ida stuck a finger up and opened his mouth to speak. No buts, Bakugu didn't let him. I don't care about whatever weak-ass idea you have. It's weak, not weak. Bakugu blinked slowly. I got a question for you. Yes. Do you want to effing die? Our first group will be Midoriya and Uraraka versus Bakugu and Ida. I'll beat your butt. Bakugu yelled. You're on. Midoriya yelled back. All Might cleared his throat. Well, Midoriya's team will act as the heroes, and Bakugu's will be the villains. How fitting, said Midoriya. Bakugu bared his teeth. Ahem. Midoriya shut up. As I was saying, the objective of this practice is simple. The villains will be somewhere in that building and the heroes will have to infiltrate it and arrest the villains. The catch is that the villains have a powerful bomb they will be hiding. Beach, I am a bomb, Bakugu interrupted. Please just let me finish. Bakugu rolled his eyes in response. As I was saying, the heroes have limited time to secure either the villains or the bomb. Failure to do so will result in a villain win. Do you all understand? The class nodded. Questions? All Might asked. Hell yeah, why the F am I a villain? Am I allowed to bring my gun? Can I acid my Netta's face? Do I not look absolutely fabulous? Can I pee? Why is everyone so loud? Can I get your autograph? You look really strong? Kaminari, you idiot. That's not even a question. It should be. Look at him. Are we allowed to exchange partners in event of being paired with a grammatically incompetent blonde? The F, are you getting at glasses? All Might sighed. I am really not fit for being a teacher. You think? Bakugu yelled as he tried to explode his partner, only being held back by Midoriya who was climbing on his back. Alrighty, Uraraka. Here's the deal. Doesn't matter what Ida does, Kaken's coming for me. That's rough, Uraraka said. Midoriya shrugged. No biggie, we fight a lot so I kinda know all his moves. That's convenient? Uraraka sounded confused, still not totally used to the strange relationship that was Midoriya and Bakugu's friendship. This made sense. Few people did understand them, and by few people, I really mean that no one did, not even they themselves. The simple truth was that Bakugu just really liked to fight people and was entirely willing to take advantage of non-existent consequences that came from fighting Midoriya. And Midoriya enjoyed expending his overabundance of frantic energy by occasionally, and by occasionally I really mean constantly, beating some sense into Bakugu. There was of course more to it than that, but a full psychoanalysis of them would be quite lengthy and frankly still very confusing. Anyways, I have a plan. Midoriya grinned at Uraraka with a too wide smile, and suddenly she was far too grateful that Midoriya was on her team. Meanwhile, Ida was failing to convince Bakugu to not attack Midoriya. I'm just saying it's far too expected. Can't you at least try to come up with a reasonable plan? Oi brickhead, Izuku's going to know I want to go after him, Bakugu said. Then why dash? Don't interrupt me, Mr. Karate Kid, Bakugu said, interrupting Ida. Anyways, he knows I'll go after him and he knows I know it, so reasonably he knows that I won't. You won't. No, dumbass. Of course I will. He's expecting me to know that he knows that I'll go after him and therefore to not go after him, so he won't be expecting me to go after him because he knows that I want to go after him. Geez, can't you at least try to keep up? I'm gonna go get ready to attack him now. You better not let Round Face get that bomb. See you soon. Midoriya waved at Uraraka as she rounded the corner. After a moment he walked into the building, waiting patiently for Bakugu to show up. He didn't take long. Hey Kaken, fancy seeing you here. DMN it. Bakugu stepped out into the open. How'd you know I'd come for you? Simple. I knew you wanted to, and I knew that you knew that I knew you wanted to, and so I knew that you would come after me, not knowing that I knew you would. Bakugu nodded. Of course I should have known. Not that it changes anything, I'm still going to beat you. Midoriya tugged on his gloves. We'll see about that. Bakugu charged. Midoriya caught the punch in his hand with ease. So predictable Kaken. Always starting with a right hook. He shook his head in mock disappointment. And you still haven't learned how to FNG dodge. Bakugu jeered as he forced open his fist and let out a quirk-powered explosion. The blast forced Midoriya across the room and he slammed into the wall with enough force to shake the building. Sheet! He yelled as he brushed some loose rubble off his head. You broke a rib, fuckface. You have such a potty mouth when you fight. Bakugu said, a touch of humor in his voice. Midoriya laughed and jumped back up, spitting out some blood as he did. I learned from the best. DMN straight. You sure you're up for this, Kakin? I don't plan on going easy. Midoriya tilted his head and widened his stance. Bakugu grinned. I wouldn't want it any other way. Well then, may the best man win. The two boys collided. Wow. They sure are intense, Mina said in awe as she and the rest of the class watched the footage of the fight. They look feral, said Yaoyorozu as Bakugu body slammed Midoriya. I know. It's so manly. Kirishima practically squealed. Yaoyorozu stared at him. That's not really what I meant. All Might, sir? Kaminari said. We're not going to be expected to go all out like that, right? 'Cause I kinda have this slight problem with my brain cells and quirk overuse. No. Young Midoriya and Bakugu are exception. The class watched in silence for another minute. They all collectively winced as they watched Midoriya throw a punch into Bakugu's gut and did not stop wincing as Bakugu retaliated with a wicked uppercut that quite literally caused Midoriya to fly several feet into the air. Now to the typical outsider, of which the class was entirely composed, this fight was starting to look like a mostly one-sided beating of Midoriya by Bakugu. This was not true, of course. As Midoriya was immortal, it was actually Bakugu who was in a bad position. Unfortunately, this was difficult for most people to realize. Don't you think you should stop them? That looks pretty rough, Ojiro asked hesitantly. All Might hummed. Perhaps you're right. He turned on the intercom that was hooked up to the building. Young Midoriya, please take it down a bit and refrain from causing serious injury to Bakugu. The rest of the class stared at All Might. What? Young Midoriya, please take it down a bit and refrain from causing serious injury to Bakugu. Don't you effing dare. Wasn't planning on it. You're joking, right? Huh. All Might asked Ojiro, genuinely confused. He's fighting a bomb. Oh, that. All Might looked back at the screen. Yes, well, I'm sure that Midoriya can handle it. Ojiro blinked. He then decided that this was a conversation that he did not think he could handle, no matter how much his morals told him to make sure his incompetent teacher did not get a fellow classmate literally murdered. Now, All Might was not incompetent, at least not in this retrospect, and was in fact completely aware that Midoriya's demise was entirely possible. However, after spending several months training the boy, he had come to the conclusion that this was not a problem. Not because he disliked Midoriya, quite the opposite, but rather because Midoriya was immortal, so him dying was entirely okay and actually really normal. Unfortunately, the rest of the class was not aware of this, which had the undesired consequence of them all being in shock at the idea that the number one hero, their childhood idol, their literal teacher, did not care about whether or not Midoriya died. I don't mean to be rude, All Might, Yaoyorozu started. But I really don't think that this level of violence is okay. It's fine. A little violence is healthy. This is false. Violence, by its very definition, is not healthy but instead very, very harmful. But if it was violence All Might wanted, it was violence he would get. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Bakugu were easily carrying a conversation as they fought. While focusing on the two separate tasks would be difficult for most people, the two boys had become quite apt at it throughout their many, many fights. So why aren't you using that support gear you were excited about? Bakugu asked as he sidestepped a punch. Aizawa said that he might be crazy enough to let me have a gun, but he's sure as hell not crazy enough to let me use it only under All Might's supervision. Midoriya pouted. So I'm only allowed to use it when he's teaching. Shame. Midoriya weaved around his friend, attempting to find an opening. How about those gauntlets? They work as well as you'd hoped. Bakugu grinned. I don't know. Why don't we see? Damn it, Kakin, don't you dare dash! Midoriya let out a squeak as he narrowly dodged the blast. What the hell? He yelled as he saw the gaping hole left in the wall. You're allowed to have FNG grenade arms, but I can't have my gun? Obuhu. Now stop moving so I can murder you. Did you see that? He could have killed Midoriya. Only we're going to die dash. Is this legal? Stop him, All Might. Children, please. All Might held his hands up helplessly. Settle down. I said settle down. He had to yell to be heard over the noise. Pardon-moi, sensei, but I would prefer that Monsieur Midoriya not die. He won't die, All Might said. He then paused and reconsidered. Well, he probably won't. He continued to consider the implications of his words. Okay, so he might, but he'll be fine. The class just looked at All Might. Oh shit, All Might is a sadistic kid killer, Kaminari said in a hushed voice. That's probably not going to be good for his image, Azui said thoughtfully. As if he was playing some twisted carnival game, Bakugo continued to aim his arm at Midoriya, who was quite literally bouncing around the tight hallway in an attempt to avoid getting hit. Stop moving! Bakugo growled in frustration. I don't think I will, thank you very much. Midoriya rebounded off one of the walls and flew right past Bakugo. As he did, Bakugo reached out with lightning speed and grabbed the front of Midoriya's shirt. Oh shit! Midoriya looked at Bakugo's deranged grin with wide eyes as he was hoisted in front of Bakugo. See you later, fucker, Bakugo said as he blew up his best friend. Midoriya screamed and soared into the wall behind him, the impact blowing it apart into rubble. Now it just so happened that as Midoriya and Bakugo were fighting, they had moved throughout the building so that they were on the same floor as the bomb. This meant that Midoriya blew through the wall separating him and Bakugo from Ida and Uraraka. The boys' partners both watched in amazement as Midoriya flew into the room, yelled, "Uraraka, get the bomb dash," and then proceeded to fly through the opposite wall and out the building. Now provided with a sufficient amount of ammo, and more conditioned to Midoriya's insanity than Ida, who was looking at the wall in shock, Uraraka used her quirk to fling rubble at her opponents and successfully secure the bomb. Hero team wins. All Might yelled, voice crackling on the speaker. Hero team wins. The class erupted into insanity. Is Midoriya dead? He was. The class was in the middle of berating both All Might for not stopping the fight and Bakugo for blowing up his friend. I wouldn't have done it to any of you extra fuckers, I knew he could take it, when Midoriya walked in. Did we win? He looked no worse for wear other than a smudge of soot on his cheek and an unreasonable amount of glitter falling off him. You effing cheated. Nice job, Uraraka. Midoriya said, correctly surmising from Bakugo's anger that they had won. Thanks. I couldn't have done it without that rubble you made. Oh, I'm sure you would have found a way. Your quirk is versatile enough. You're alive? Midoriya looked at a very shocked Mineta. He looked down at himself. He looked back at Mineta. No, he said in a monotone voice. Bakugo smacked Midoriya upside the head. Stop being stupid, Aizu. It's a stupid question. Perhaps, Ida interrupted. A better question would be, how are you alive? I am also curious seeing how I saw you fly through 2 walls down to the ground 5 stories below and then walk in with no injuries to speak of. The glitter cushioned my fall. What? The class exploded in confusion once again. Not literally, mind you. That would be unfortunate considering how only one of them was able to survive explosions and Midoriya had already done that this day and didn't want to again. Specifically, the class was confused as to where the glitter came from, how it possibly cushioned his fall, and just overall what the hell happened. They would receive no answers. Oh, would you look at that? All Might bellowed. It's time for the next group to go. It took several long minutes to calm the class down enough to get to that point, but eventually the rest of the students had their turn and the lesson proceeded with no more murders, which was probably a good thing. I'm just saying that if I ate a bear that would make me the alpha consumer, Bakugo said adamantly as he and Midoriya walked to the school. Oh no, I totally get it, just keep in mind that eating a bear might be illegal. When has that ever stopped me? Touché. Anyways, let me know if you find a bear. The 2 boys neared the school and were about half a block away when Midoriya paused and looked at some bushes. Actually, he was looking into the bushes, not at them. Uraraka? Uraraka, who seemed to be hiding in the aforementioned bush, turned and shushed Midoriya. The F, are you doing round face? Ida, who was also buried in the bush, stuck his head out and also shushed them. Ida? Midoriya asked, surprised. Both Ida and Uraraka shushed him very loudly. so loudly that it was in fact louder than the sound of Midoriya talking, which was kinda stupid. "Shut up. You're going to blow our cover." What cover?" Uraraka rolled her eyes. "We're hiding." Midoriya looked around. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. "From what?" "Them," Uraraka said ominously before pointing to the front of the foot. Midoriya and Bakugo looked at the wild herd of reporters she had indicated. "Uraraka, those just look like some harmless reporters." Ida began to laugh hysterically. "Harmless? Those are the most dangerous invasive species known to man. Observe as they hunt the native student." The children watched as Mineta approached the gate, presumably in order to get to class. They all gasped as he was swarmed by dozens of reporters and their camera companions. The boy struggled against the tide but was overtaken by the sheer numbers and ferocity shown by the creatures. His shrill scream rang through the area, carrying over even the sound of nearby traffic and interrogative well-dressed journalists. Finally, his shouts died out abruptly and the reporters slowly dispersed back to wandering around the gate. Mineta was nowhere to be found. "Oh shit," Bakugo said, stunned. "You see why we have to hide?" Uraraka asked. "I mean, yeah," Midoriya said. "But like, we have school. I don't think Aizawa will accept fear of cameras as a valid excuse." "Sides," Bakugo said, continuing Midoriya's argument. "We'll have to get used to this type of thing for once we go pro. While I agree that attending class is a noble goal, one cannot simply waltz through a pack of hungry reporters." Ida said. "Well, not without a distraction you can't," Midoriya said. "You don't mean Dash," Uraraka said, worried. "Don't worry, I've dealt with reporters before. I'll be fine." Midoriya had in fact dealt with reporters before. This is because there had been several times he had accidentally died in public and caused a bit of an uproar. Typically a reporter had come by in order to cover the event and Midoriya found that if he talked to the reporter as if he was simply a bystander, then he was less likely to be recognized as the actual person who had died. Ida wiped away a tear. "Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Kaken will make sure you two make it past the stragglers safely. Like hell I will dash." Midoriya glared at Bakugo. "Fine. You extras better carry your weight though or I'll leave you behind." Satisfied that his friends would make it to class safely, Midoriya turned and with a bounce in his step, walked right up to the journalists. "What a fool," Ida said softly in a mixture of awe and fear. "You there?" The reporter moved his microphone into Midoriya's face, who didn't so much as flinch. "Tell me what it's like being a student of UA." Midoriya's face split into a huge grin. "I'd love to." "What? You would?" "Absolutely. In fact, I'd love to tell everyone here anything they want to know." The reporters perked up, smelling blood. They surged forward and converged around Midoriya, each one asking a different question. "What year are you? How is All Might as a teacher? Is it true that Nedzu and Midnight are in a secret relationship? Why the hell are you covered in glitter? Tell us about the symbol of peace." Midoriya held up his hands. "Hold up. One question at a time, please." He looked over the shoulders of the crowd and made eye contact with Bakugo. He subtly tilted his head. Bakugo took the hint and led Ida and Uraraka, sneaking around the perimeter of the gathering reporters. He let out a few small explosions to deter the lingering pests who hissed at the light, much like vampires. These specific reporters were not actually vampires. I'm sure that some reporters are, but these ones weren't. They were just typical press parasites. Nothing more. The three students made it to the gate without any real opposition and watched as the gate slammed behind them as a man got a little too close. "Oh man, I thought we were dead," Uraraka said in awe. "Thanks for the help, Bakugo." "Whatever. Will Midoriya be alright? I am concerned that he might cease to exist after this encounter," Ida said. "As if the Bizu would ever give me the satisfaction of leaving this realm." That, it seemed, was good enough of an answer for Ida. The three children walked into their classroom to find it almost completely empty. "Hey, Black Eyes!" Bakugo yelled at the only other student. "Where the F is everyone else?" "Probably stuck hiding from the reporters," Ashido said. "If you don't mind me asking, how did you make it through?" Ida asked. We only managed upon utilizing Midoriya's brave sacrifice. He sniffed. My apologies, I'm still emotional about the whole situation. Easy. I just answered their questions. You talked to them? Uraraka asked in shock. Sure. All they wanted to know was about All Might. I told a couple of them about that hero training exercise we did and then excused myself to go to class. What did you tell them about it? Reporters only let you go after getting juicy information, Ida said. Oh, I just told them how he's a sadistic monster that enjoys watching children get blown up and pitting them against their friends in battles to the death. Ida, Uraraka, and Bakugo were quiet for a solid minute. What? Ida eventually said, chopping his arms frantically in a spastic fit. That was that bad? Ashido asked hesitantly. Is this about the situation with Midoriya? Uraraka asked. You don't get it. Ashido said. It was scary. He was getting all exploded and All Might was all like, exploding will make you a great hero someday. It was terrifying. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Please. The beach was fine. I don't see what the big deal was. Can we please not sully his memory so soon after his passing? Ida said, tearing up once again. The F-4 eyes? He ain't even dead this time. This time? Uraraka asked suspiciously. Oh sheet. Bakugo paled. I meant yet? He ain't even dead yet. Yeah. 'Cause this time implies that he's died before. Which he hasn't. Because he's alive. Oh alright. That makes sense, Uraraka said, stupidly accepting the poor excuse. Bakugo let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Midoriya was still surrounded by journalists and cameramen. He knew it would be a while before he could get out of the situation, so he decided to have some fun and improve his, as Aizawa would call it, logical ruse skills. Tell us about All Might. A reporter yelled. His voice carried above the rest, so Midoriya chose his question to answer. Oh well, he's a wonderful dash. Midoriya stopped mid-sentence. I'm sorry, did you say All Might? Yes, we have word that All Might has taken up a teaching job in UA. Midoriya started laughing. All Might? Teaching? That's hilarious. The reporters looked confused. The information was leaked. I hate to inform you that your informant was sorely mistaken. Did they perhaps mean All Might? The newest addition to the UA staff. Who? All Might. He's All Might's Texan cousin. The reporters scribbled furiously in their notebooks. Do tell, one of them said. Well, he's visiting Japan as there've been rumors of limiting his Second Amendment rights in America, but in Japan, hero gun usage is regulated by the Hero Commission. While he's here, he's decided to take up a job at UA. What a fascinating development. I'm surprised that you don't all know about him already. I mean, there was that whole controversy a few years back where All Might accused All Might of stealing his ultimate move, the Texas Smash. And you say this man is employed at UA? You can't miss him. He looks exactly like All Might but with a cowboy hat and boots. Oh, and the Texas flag as a cape. And is he a good teacher? A woman asked from the back of the crowd. He's great. Sure, the mandatory cowboy hat dress code is a little difficult to get used to, but he's a really great guy and he helps us with our English, so that's cool. Midoriya said. He was actually quite enjoying the fictitious story he was spinning. The reporters were buying it. Hook, line, and sinker. Is All Might enjoying his time in Japan? I think so. He's always talking about how happy he is to see All Might and his other cousins. All Might has other cousins? Well, sure. I'm sure you're well aware of Tall Might, the height hero, whose quirk is only that he is somehow taller than everyone he comes in contact with and thus superior. And maybe even his lesser-known twin Small Might is a familiar name. Of course. The reporters all nodded as if they knew exactly who he was talking about. They did not, in fact, considering Midoriya had made them up not 10 seconds prior. Actually, on that note, I better get to class. I forgot my cowboy hat today, so I need to get one from the vending machine before class starts. The reporters thanked him for his time before scattering to find more prey. One woman, however, stayed. Can I help you? Midoriya asked. Kichi Kanzaki, journalist for multiple major papers and online news sources. She stuck out a hand. Midoriya shook it. That was some clever maneuvering you did there. I assume you came up with that all on the spot? Yup. Midoriya admitted. My friends needed to get to class, so I distracted. Those reporters. Kenzaki laughed. Yeah, they can get pretty intense sometimes. Most of them are harmless. Just useless newbies who don't know a thing about the industry. Now veterans like me, she smiled, showing her teeth. We're the ones you need to worry about. Good thing I'm immortal. Midoriya said cheerfully. You see, he was well aware that it would simply sound like he was joking and doubted she would believe him. She, as most reasonable people would do in that situation, did not. I like you, kid. She whipped out a business card and held it out to him. Call me if you want to tell more profitable lies, if you got something interesting for the public, or if you get into some newsworthy trouble. She squinted. You seem like the type to get into lots of messes. Midoriya laughed. You got me there. He took the card and then, after rummaging around his bag for a bit, pulled out one of his own. The reporter took it. Oh, gold embossed, nice touch. Thank you. I really better go to class now, see you around. She waved to Midoriya before turning to go home and prepare a story on the All Might scandal. It was 5 minutes to class, and yet Bakugo, Ida, Uraraka, and Ashido were still the only ones there. Do you think the reporters ate everyone else? Ashido asked. Don't be stupid, Bakugo sneered. Everyone knows reporters degrade your mind until it's a brain smoothie sloshing around in your skull. Uraraka winced. Thank you so much for that pleasant imagery, Bakugo. Don't mention it. As if waiting for their cue, or perhaps just out of plot convenience, the rest of the class all filed into the room. They all looked completely fine and showed no signs of zombification at the hands of the reporters or any other press-related injuries. Koda was, however, holding a small rabbit, although I doubt that had anything to do with the reporters and was probably just because he liked animals. About time. Where were you extras? Well, we were all hiding in the bushes from the reporters when Kaminari of all people came up with a brilliant idea. Yayarozu said. Bakugo scoffed. Sparky? Brilliant. While I find it very unbecoming to make fun of one's intellect, I am also inclined to question this statement, Ida said. Really, that was just a fancy way of saying, you have got to be shitting me. Hey, I can have good ideas sometimes. Kaminari said, offended. Like what? Putting your shoes on the right foot? Because that ain't a good idea, that's just FNG common sense. Ignore him, he's just jealous that you came up with a way past them and he didn't, Uraraka said. And you must excuse him, he's still mourning the loss of a dear friend. For the last time, he ain't dead. No, I'd abuse, Uraraka yelled over the arguing boys. What was the idea? Oh, Kaminari said. It was simple really, I just yodeled. Bakugo paused from where he had Ida's collar in hand and turned to Kaminari. The F-. His face was twisted into some strange mix of complete confusion and utter disgust. Well, the reporters only come after you if they think they can get something out of it. So I figured that if I was to do something so inexplicably weird, they would leave me alone for the sole reason that it was unreportable. And that worked? Ashido asked in shock. Up. Although my voice got pretty tired after a bit, so I stopped yodeling and just aggressively did the Macarena to the gate. And we all saw that his plan worked, Jair cut in. So we did what any rational person would and yodeled and Macarenaed our way to school. This is not actually what most rational people do in such situations, as effective as it was. Rather, if you ever find yourself to be surrounded by crazed reporters, I would recommend simply swearing nonstop and causing any footage they pick up to become unusable once contaminated by the F-. This is Bakugo's go-to solution when dealing with the media, although I'm not sure it's completely on purpose. Naturally, Ida said as he nodded. How did you guys get in? Zero asked. Ida sniffed. It was tragic. Midoriya heroically sacrificed himself for us. Stop acting like he's dead. He has plenty of experience with reporters, he'll be fine. Is Monsieur Midoriya still out there? Aoyama looked around seeing that Midoriya was indeed not in class yet. For the record, Mineta was also still missing, but no one mentioned him because, frankly, no one cared. He'll be back soon, Bakugu growled matter-of-factly. Unfortunately, soon wasn't before the bell. Aizawa took one look at Midoriya's empty seat and let out a sigh of relief. He did not so much as glance at Mineta's desk. Seems the problem child is skipping today. Perhaps we'll actually get something done for once. He paused and looked at Koda, who was holding a bunny. Why? You know what, I don't care. Just don't lose it. Koda nodded. Sensei. Ida said. If I may, I would like to say a few words in memory of Midoriya. This isn't FNG funeral, Four Eyes. Bakugu snarled. He'll be here. He's just caught up with some reporters. Aizawa shuddered. The vultures. Ida bowed his head. May they have mercy on his soul. The mercy that a soul such as Midoriya's deserved is a largely debated topic and one that Bakugu would gladly advocate against. However, before he got a chance, there was a loud bang as the class door swung open. Miss me? Midoriya strolled into the class, ignoring Aizawa's groan. Ida jumped to his feet and with tears in his eyes said, Thank you, noble Midoriya, for risking life and limb for the sake of your classmates. Now our class is whole once again. Everyone cheered. Except for Bakugu, who just rolled his eyes with an I told you so. They ignored the fact that Mineta was still missing. He would return only minutes before lunch started, uniform ripped in multiple spots, a microphone stuck in his ear, and an insistent mutter about crazed demons. No one would care. Yes, well, enough of that. I'm going to take a nap. You have 15 minutes to decide on a class president and vice. Have fun, don't kill each other, said Aizawa as he pulled himself into his sleeping bag and fell to the floor. President? Uraraka asked, surprised. You heard me, he grumbled. Now let me sleep. I motion that we use the time-tried method of democracy to decide. Ida said, chopping his arm. That's all fine and dandy, but first I want to pet the bunny. Midoriya said, running over to Koda, or more specifically Koda's bunny. It's so cute. Can I pet him? Koda said nothing. Thanks. Midoriya ran a hand gently across the bunny's fur. Oh man, it's so soft. Midoriya? I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, but don't you think that we should work on picking a president now? Uraraka questioned. Midoriya ignored her. What's its name? Koda simply stared. Is that Spanish? Koda continued to not speak. Midoriya giggled. Well, I think it's a cute name. Wait, what's the bunny's name? Midoriya looked at Kaminari, confused. What do you mean? Koda just said it. This was not true. Koda had said nothing. Somehow, and please note that I myself am not entirely sure how, Koda was able to communicate with Midoriya without talking. This meant that while Midoriya was well aware of the bunny's name, no one else was, as it seemed they had just watched a one-way conversation occur. He did not, Ida said. Oh. Well, his name is Senor Konahito and I love him. Leave the demon rabbit alone so we can elect me as president, Aizu. Kaken, I don't think anyone wants you as president. I want me as president. Bakugu retorted. Midoriya thought about that. Oi, fair point. But I have a better idea. Can we just get on to voting? Zero asked. We could do that, said Midoriya. Or we could just elect Senor Konahito right now. I'm down, Mina said. At the same time, Bakugu yelled, You cannot make the effing bunny rabbit president. Actually, Ida stuck a finger in the air. There is not a single rule in the student handbook that says you can't. I'd know, I read the whole thing. So as much as I think Senor Konahito would be underqualified for the position, I believe we should honor his nomination and vote accordingly. All in favor of making Senor Konahito president say, "Th." There was a resounding chorus of ice from the class. There was also the polite nay of Ida and the much louder cursing of Bakugu, but everyone ignored that. Oh, and I suppose we need a vice president too, huh? Midoriya asked. I'd be delighted, Midoriya. You have my word that I will dash, Ida started. Of course, Koda. That only makes sense. Since having Senor Konahito as president does come with the slight problem of none of us being able to understand him, then, of course you should be vice. Ida made a sound that was much like a microwave that forgot how to work properly and was now on the verge of exploding. That's a lovely idea, Midoriya, but I just have one question. Yaoyorozu said. None of us understand Koda either. He doesn't talk. That's not a problem, I understand him fine. Oh, okay then. You see, for some reason, the class, which was full of some very interesting and very energetic characters, had decided to follow the advice of one Izuku Midoriya. While there were a multitude of reasons for this, one was simply that his energy was somehow enough to rival theirs, and as such, they felt intimidated by his clear superiority. Another was, of course, that he could somehow control Bakugo, which was far more than the rest of them could claim. But just why? Bakugo said. It's effing bunny. Well, I think Senor Konehito should be elected on grounds that he's the softest and cuddliest one here. That's why you can't be president, Kakin, because you're not very peatable. Midoriya then leaned over and stage whispered to Jiraiya. I would know. I've tried. He had. Fun fact, petting Bakugo can end in police being called in to deal with the damages. It truly is a blessing that Inko is a lawyer in this universe. Her skills are well utilized. Screw you. I'd rather you don't, thanks. Don't you think that we should check with Mr. Aizawa just to make sure we're allowed to elect Senor Konehito? Uraraka asked, tilting her head. I quite honestly don't care who you elect as long as you decide soon, Aizawa grumbled from on the floor. Then it's official. Midoriya said. Senor Konehito will be class president and Koda will be vice. If I may, Midoriya, Ida said. I think some regulation is necessary for a government such as this. Oh, all right, you can be the president's assistant. Don't suppose I could be the acting president instead? Wow, Ida. I can't believe you. That's Senor Konehito's position. Don't be greedy. He's a bunny, Ida said on the verge of tears. And you're a cyborg amalgamation of a teenager that runs on orange juice. What of it? Nothing. Would you rather be the president's secretary? How about the junior president? Would you like that better? Midoriya asked with a bit of snark in his tone. Now I'd feel the need to let you know that this was not typical attitude of Midoriya, however, he just really liked rabbits. That is quite honestly the only excuse. Ida lowered his head. President's assistant is fine. Midoriya clapped his hands. Well, then I guess it's settled. Kaminari raised his hand. I motion that we make Senor Konehito a president hat. That's brilliant. Midoriya said. Kaminari nearly died from the shock of being called brilliant not once but twice in the past hour. What does a president hat look like? Zero asked. You know, like the Pope hat? Kaminari said, or rather questioned. He sounded very uncertain. A tiara? Hagakure said. Wait, the Pope wears a princess crown. Kirishima asked. I think she means the three-tiered crown traditionally worn by popes, ribbit. But that hasn't been used since the 1960s. Ida said, appalled that his class lacked this trivial piece of knowledge about a religion that none of them practiced. It's called a Zaketo Udams, Bakugo said. No, that's just a traditional cap worn by all clergymen, not just the Pope, Todoroki said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. He shrugged. Then what's the Pope hat called? The pointy one? Kaminari asked. The mitre, Tokoyami said simply. When he also received strange looks from his classmates, he clarified, one must know the fullness of the light in order to become overcome by the darkness. Anyways, Mina said, we need to make Senor Konehito a mitre. How do you all know these obscure facts about Catholic headgear? Ojiro asked, genuinely concerned. Google, nearly 5 different students said at once. At the same time, Tokoyami answered, ancient tomes. I can take care of making Senor Konehito's mitre, Yaoyorozu said, raising her hand politely. I do think we should check with Monsieur Konehito and make sure he is content with being elected, Aoyama said. Probably, Midoriya said. Koda, is Senor Konehito okay with being president? Koda looked deeply into Midoriya's eyes. For a solid minute, they sat there, Midoriya's face slowly shifting into a look of abject horror. Eventually, the dark gloom that had settled over the two boys settled, and Midoriya broke eye contact. Senor Konehito is fine with being president. The hell was that? Bakugo yelled. Was what? That freaky aura you two had. What did the bunny say? Oh, Midoriya's face became fearful once more. It's fine. Just don't give him any nukes. The class looked at Senor Konahito, afraid. Lunchtime of election day. You sitting with us, Kakin? Uraraka smirked as she spoke. If you keep calling me that, I'll blow your face off. Contrary to his words, Bakugo sat down on the bench opposite of Uraraka and Ida before stabbing at his food angrily. You're all bark and no bite. Bakugo sneered. You take that back. No. Heck, I doubt you've ever been in a real fight. In case you're not aware, I would like to point out that what Uraraka was doing is called teasing, and she meant very little harm by it. The truth was that Bakugo is quite easy to tease, and doing so is very enjoyable. I've been getting into fights since I was effing 6. Meanwhile, I doubt you're weak but could even control your quirk. Ida intervened, chopping his hands with the ferocity of a literal axe. Bakugo, please watch your language. 6, huh? I'm not convinced. Uraraka smiled, enjoying how Bakugo's face reddened. I single-handedly took on 3 kids twice my age. It's unheroic to discuss your delinquent behavior. No, Uraraka said. I want to hear this. They were extras from the middle school, tried shaking me down. Just establishing dominance or some shit. Oh, are we talking about those kids who picked a fight with us in elementary school? Midoriya asked as he came up behind Bakugo. Single-handedly, huh? Uraraka teased. Shut up. Dumbass didn't even do anything. He got put out of commission in the first 5 minutes like a weakling. Hey, that one kid had a powerful quirk. Please, Bakugo rolled his eyes. His quirk is piano. Piano? Ida questioned. He can summon pianos, Midoriya said. I was still pretty bad with my quirk back then, so I was just trying to fight him without breaking any bones. His bones? Ida asked. Nah, my bones. This quirk isn't kind to my body, Midoriya chuckled. Uraraka and Ida looked concerned. But anyway, he used his quirk and I kinda got squished. Uraraka and Ida looked at each other in shock. They then turned to Midoriya, their concern having grown. The piano fell on you? Ida stuttered. Actually 3. He also couldn't control his quirk very well. Shut up, Izuku, Bakugo groaned. No one cares. Besides, I was going to tell them about how I beat up those losers. This was a lie, as both Uraraka and Ida cared very much. However, it seemed they would never get closure as Midoriya shrugged and began eating while Bakugo recounted the admittedly thrilling fight. Unfortunately, the two struggled to pay attention as they were too occupied with the confusion one faces upon realizing their friend somehow survived getting crushed by a piano, not once, but 3 times. Bakugo was cut short, however, by the sound of an alarm running through the school. He swore as his story was interrupted. Heck yeah! Midoriya jumped up. Finally, something interesting happens. I thought electing Senor Konahito was pretty interesting, Uraraka said. Well, sure. But that was like regular interesting. This is ultra interesting. That alarm means someone broke into UA. Don't you think we should evacuate then? Ida questioned while gesturing to all the panicking students around them. Evacuate, investigate. Same thing. For your information, these are not the same thing, and if you find yourself in a similar situation, then I would suggest you evacuate rather than investigate. If you are not convinced, then I hope that you will be by the time I finish telling you what happened to Midoriya, who, as I'm sure you can imagine, did not evacuate. Midoriya no, Ida said. Midoriya yes. Midoriya said before running in the opposite direction. Bakugo shrugged. Might as well follow him. Not like there's anything better to do. The 3 of them ran off, Ida somewhat reluctantly. At least I assume he was reluctant considering how he was screaming about how unheroic they were being the entire time. They found Midoriya only a few minutes later, looking out the window rather disappointedly at the crowd of reporters on the lawn. It's just a bunch of reporters from this morning. Oh Lord, Ida said fearfully. It's a bunch of reporters from this morning. We have to warn the other students. Uraraka said. Midoriya nodded. How about you and Ida go tell the others not to worry, that it's just reporters. Me and Kakin are going to go check something else out. Ida saluted and then picked Uraraka up bridal style, using his quirk to get to the crowd as soon as possible. Wait, what do you want to check out? I saw someone sneaking down that hallway. Midoriya gestured before turning to grin at Bakugo. It's the same hallway the security office is. Bakugo cracked his knuckles. Then what are we waiting for? Ida was pinwheeling over the crowd of students thanks to both his and Uraraka's quirk. Everyone, please be aware that a pack of wild reporters has broken into the school. Do not be alarmed and proceed in an orderly fashion. The students did not proceed in an orderly fashion but rather panicked at the word reporter and began to stampede wildly as they struggled to get away from the threat of reporters. This resulted in no less than 3 people climbing the walls. Nearly 15 people began to cry, literally everyone was screaming, and poor Pony was frozen in fear having heard Ida say exporters instead of reporters. Quite odd considering only the English words reporter and exporter are similar, they are actually quite different in Japanese. We're all going to die. Someone yelled. They did not, in fact, die.